out that chat because YouTube still has this bug. Sorry for the burps. Let me pop out the chat, and then, yeah, we are going to do some of these, like, easy features, and then, yeah, I really do think we need to get Stripe set up. That's going to be one of the biggest things. And hey, what's up, G-Bomb? How you doing? Yeah. Appreciate the streak. You thinking about going to Seattle JS anytime soon? Maybe Cascadia? No worries if not. And in fact, hold on. We're going to start this giveaway, because if I don't start it now, I'll never get to it. So, yeah. I got permission to do another ticket for Cascadia JS as a giveaway. Let me set that up, and we'll get another thing going for it. No, and I totally get it. I totally get it. And they also, if the cost of it is too high for you, I would recommend just reaching out to them. They can definitely figure stuff out. They have like an indie/student discount kind of thing. So just in case, just throwing it out there. Okay, so I should be able to make a copy and make this raffle giveaway number 2. Yeah, we're going to set this up today. So yeah, anyone that would like to go to Cascadia JS, that, you know, if you were to win a ticket, would you be able to show up? That's the big thing, right? It's like an $800 value at full price. Cool. All right, published. Hold on. Okay. So, anyone out there? Shearlist. Yeah, it's a skill you really do need to build, though. Right? Like, naming things is one of the hardest things in programming, but it's also one of the most valuable, because it gives, like, really valuable context. All right, so if anyone could theoretically show up to Cascadia JS, especially if you got a free ticket, respond over there, let me know the form works for you, etc. And then let me just go and update my Nightbot stuff so it starts repeating a message about that. So you don't have to be from the Seattle area. You just have to feasibly be able to travel to Seattle for the event. And if you're over on YouTube, just let me know and I can share the link there too. Is there like a better shareable link? Shorten URL, copy. There we go. This is a better link just in case. I just needed it so I could copy it here too. All right, and then timers, and then yes, we can get to our actual coding. So sorry for the delay. Cool. All right. And yeah, so Jonas, you mentioned about Linux. You're really curious to test DHH's Omarchy he recently released. It's looking so good. Yeah. Yeah, I may not agree with everything DHH ever says. He makes good points every once in a while, though. And yeah, I'm less concerned with his opinions about hardware. I think he's just like a big anti-Mac person. Whereas, like, I don't care. You know, I don't want to fiddle with my OS, personally. No offense to people that do. Right? I just want the thing to work. I don't care, you know? And that's fine. I like that there are people that care because that's how things get better. But, you know, you can only care about so many things. And fiddling with my OS is not one of the things I care about. I like the fact that people do, though. So yeah, I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just describing my own preferences. But okay, so we got the form up. Again, anyone over on YouTube, would you like to maybe win a free ticket to Cascadia JS? $800 value, really good conference. I'll be speaking on the Lightning Talk stage, which I'm pumped on. It's my first time. I've been applying to Cascadia JS for years. I finally got accepted. Yes. Yeah, I'm stoked. Even for just a lightning talk, I'm pumped on it. Okay, so the stuff we're doing today, and yeah, thank you. Where are they holding Cascadia JS? It's going to be in downtown Seattle. It's, I believe, at it's like the old courthouse or something like that, or it's like an old church. I don't remember. It's the same place they've had it when it's been in Seattle for the past couple times. There's been other times where it's been down in Oregon at like Sun Valley or Sun River or whatever, but it's not that location. So yeah, it's going to be just downtown Seattle. The pre-party where all the karaoke happens is, you know, at least last time they did it, last time I remember being there, it was at Stoop, which used to be Optimism Brewery. So yeah, that's a good fun like venue. Yeah, I've never made it to the Oregon ones. I'd like to at some point. Because I heard it's a good area, like a good location. But yeah, this one should be good. So, just in case, if you could theoretically go, all you got to do is fill out a form. One entry per person, right? I will be deduping the list, and then I'll just do a random giveaway, I believe, like, let's just say a week from today, so next Friday. And, yeah. Right? Last time only 18 people signed up. Those are pretty good odds. Better than rolling a d20. Right? You got better odds to attend Cascadia JS for free, or at least the free ticket, than you do of rolling a nat 20 in D&D. That's pretty good odds. But yeah, so Jonas, I don't know anything about Hyperland. Could you maybe explain like what makes Omarchi so promising in your eyes? Like I assume Arch and Hyperland are just things that you could do anyway, right? But having them bundled together makes it a little better? I don't know. Hyperland is nice. You've tried it a few times. Can't get used to it yet. Still, we'll give it another attempt. Sure. Yeah. Primogen just released that video earlier today about like PewDiePie unironically made him install Arch Linux or whatever, which I think is hilarious. I didn't actually watch the video. I read the chapter notes, right? The chapter titles. I don't watch YouTube videos. I need to fix that. Figure out what I like and don't like about them so I can make my own. Well, whatever. I'm slacking. So yes, the thing we want to do, we can save this because I just made a typo there previously. Ooh, unrecoverable error, timeout. Interesting. And yeah, what's up, Cotter? How you doing? It is a chill song. Yeah, no, this is a good album. It's yeah, nice and relaxing. All right. Anyway, what I think I want to do. Oh yeah, we've done a bunch. So what we'll do is we'll add lib, priv, the open API. What? Oh. All right, so that was an old one. The file they want me to remove manually, that's the index.lock, right? Yeah, it's just the index.lock. Okay, cool. So that worked. We'll do it for the front end too. Just so we have a good stopping point. Ooh. Okay. And yeah, what's up, Fallen? Oh, and yeah, no worries about it. Yeah, yeah, dude, that's fine. I get it. I understand how Twitch works. So late reply, heard my question, got a phone call. Since you're a minimalist, Hyperland suits you as it is built with tiling windows. You're a Vim, Neo Vim, by the way, and Zed user, and you like all the motions, etc. Sure, makes sense. Yeah, so then Hyperland, by the way, Arch, by the way, Neo Vim, by the way. Totally get it. Makes sense. Let me get another album going. Hold on. Which album? Let's do this album. This one's chill. And yeah, what you up to, Fallen? Mr. Sir. All right, so we're at a good base point again. Let's do pnpm dev. Let's do... nope, not that. It's /dev. And we are at a good starting point to then start working on some of these other things. And some of these other things are... we want to do whole word matching. So we're going to create like a settings option. And realistically, manage notifications might become that settings option. Or we do it as just a separate modal. And man1, easy peasy. Still alive? Yeah, apparently. I still feel real. I'm a real boy. Still the same? I mean, hold on. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. People that got that reference, your knees hurt when you wake up in the morning, eh? That was not a Weezer song. Come on. Unless they did a really good cover. And they could have done a really good cover. I don't know. Your knees hurt all the time, not just when you wake up. Touche. Yeah, no, I see the issue there, Mullet. No, the singer, right? David Byrne just wheezes when he walks around. That's a different thing. He's just old. Yeah, exactly. Weezer. Boom, nailed it. Boom, roasted. Okay, so the part that we're looking at here, it's a back-end problem first and foremost. But is it? Because technically, no, we still... we need to do the config thing. And we can't do anything with the config thing until we've got a way of configuring it. So we start off with the back end adding the prop, and then the front end needs to implement the things so that we can configure it and then see the results. Yeah, so back end first. And hey, what's up, Salmon? How you doing? And yeah, I just wanted to point out, Salmon, That one dude that you just like replied about, he's not the only person that ruined Indian devs' reputations, right? All the people that work for those terrible, terrible consulting companies, they're the ones that ruined the reputation. There are plenty of really good Indian devs in the world. All the outsourced companies really ruin that. Right? Because they know they get paid by the hour, so they're not incentivized to do things the right way every time. Right? It's the consulting companies that fuck it up. Right? It's almost exactly like these AI tools, right? These AI tools make more money if they have to iterate 3 or 4 times to get you the answer. They make way more off the tokens. They're not incentivized to be as good as possible. Yeah, exactly, Cotter. Yeah. So yeah, it's about perverse incentives. At some point, Cursor isn't going to want to be perfect because they make more money off not being perfect. There's definitely something to think about there. If you're doing it through Claude Code and their APIs, it's pretty bad. So Cursor, technically, Cursor isn't doing that, but Claude Code is, right? Cursor is just eating the cost of what these other companies do. So yes, Cursor is maybe more incentivized to get it right the first time. But Anthropic, definitely not. Especially when you consider that, yes, Anthropic is the best in all the benchmarks. But at some point, they're still going to hit diminishing returns by getting good, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about this that much. I'm just now thinking about it. And yeah, you got to just think about where the incentives lie. Like it's that thing Dax posted about earlier, where open code is, right? They're not even trying to be at the top of the list of the quality of the tools or whatever, right? But when you actually look at it, yeah, is there a difference between some of these tools, like, you know, open code, Claude code, Cursor, etc.? The difference there is minimal. The underlying model is the important part, right? All the top 10 are just using Sonnet 4. So the wrapper around Sonnet 4 is less relevant. Right? Like all these like coding tool AI benchmarking things, they're measuring less of the tool and more of just the model being used. Yeah, probably iReal. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so what we're going to do is here in keywords, we've got just the org ID and the value, right? Keywords are actually a very, very simple model right now. When it comes down to config stuff, though, that's going to need to be improved. one thing I'm realizing is eventually we're going to want to get polymorphic with our keywords too. At a higher billing tier, you might want to be able to do like multiple words in a tweet. And how would we want to represent that? So a compound keyword. Yeah, we need to just get this launched first with the basics and then start asking users what they actually want. But the bare minimum, right? How do we want to describe what this does? This is the difference between finding a word with gaps around it and finding a word that might be part of other words. So if you were to enter foo without the gaps around it, you would get values for food and fool. So maybe the prop is whole? Is whole word? Ooh, exact or contains? Like really what we name it on the back end doesn't matter nearly as much as what we show the user and how we explain to them the difference. And what I think I'm going to want to do is eventually have like a frequently asked questions, because I don't think the way we describe this is going to be capable of being summed up in a single like tooltip. So yeah, we'll eventually want to create like a frequently asked questions or some help center or something. I think his whole word makes sense to me on the back end, right? I like his whole word. Yeah, we're going to do it. All right, so we do that in the migration. We then go and do it. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we do this, we want to roll back the whole DB so we can do the migration modification. So then we do that part, and we go to keywords. And what up, Choxy? How you doing? Yeah, methane has a point. Methane has a point. All right, so is whole word, Boolean, can't technically be nil. And we call that good. All right, so now I don't appreciate comments like that. Yeah, Choxy, I don't know if you're aware of this. No human being you've ever said that to appreciated that comment. No one has ever been thankful that you said they look tired. It's never happened. I bet you money. No one has ever thought, oh, thank you for noticing. No, doesn't happen. You should stop saying that to people. It just makes you an asshole. It's the analog to what he just said. Yeah, for sure. It's still not something anyone ever appreciates. Elixir's fine. That was easy. Yeah, thanks, Software. Easiest ban of the day. That was an easy one. Thanks, Choxy, for making it simple. I don't know if anyone caught it. They thought the offense was asking how I'm doing, not the you look tired. And they're blaming their lack of speaking English on it. So yeah, they can fuck right off. Get the fuck out. Dude, some people just suck. But let me go get another soda, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee as well. All right, I'm back. You did miss a ban hammer, for sure. Someone saying I look tired. Right. They said I'm touchy when they have no manners. They can fuck right off. Yeah, fuck them. Dude, like, why is it that people's parents don't teach them manners? I just don't get it. Like, how shitty was their upbringing that they don't understand that's not an acceptable thing to say to someone? They blame the language barrier. No, manners are a universal thing. It's like math. But yeah, what's up? How you doing, Nicholas? Mr. Sir? Yeah, exactly. Now they can fuck right off. All right, so is whole word. We've got that in the places that we're querying for it. When we list keywords, this is all keywords? That one seems odd. Like, when would I do that? Keywords by org ID is the one we just modified. This one just returns the whole thing. I'd say we're good. All right, cool. Okay, so back end working, front end needs work. We refresh. We are running. We go to log in with email. Parker at Gorilla. We're going to delete these for now. All right, so then, yeah, we'll say once every hour. Sure. We do need to verify that email. We're going to add the notifications. Cool. All right, yeah, that looks pretty good so far. So then, yeah, the next step is here on the front end. Technically, when we go to create a new keyword, we do foo. Oh, and I guess here's part of the reason I didn't want to do the word exact. Because exact would maybe make it seem like it like is case sensitive, which is something we could allow. But why would anyone want to listen for case sensitive notifications? You know, like I'm not sure those events would matter. Who would configure that? So to me, exact is not just the word boundary, but also the casing. Exactly. Yep. Basically that. Yeah. So yeah, on this form, we want to show the is whole word or not. We may even want to get some of that like public website stuff going, where we have like the frequently asked questions. Yeah, public website stuff. We're going to have to start doing here soon. And yeah, exactly, Jonas. Yeah. Yeah, people here in chat got jokes. Jokes for days. Yeah, let's fill out that form. We're gonna need another modal to edit things like that. And hey, what's up, Trillium? How you doing? So we've got keyword form right here. Yeah, we're gonna leave that to do. Yep. Yeah, for sure. Did I give you the link? I know Prime shouts it out all the time, and I assume, right, because of NeoVim, by the way, and other stuff, that you're a fan of Prime as well. Okay, I did in here. Yep. Yeah, he plays this one all the time, too. Like, basically, this and the Synthwave Belongs in a Museum albums are the ones he thinks of when I rate him. On this album? Yeah. It's a solid album. Yeah, I'll have to remember which song that is when it comes up. And yeah, you know about my playlist, right? I feel like you just did this earlier. So you probably do know about that command, right? But just in case. Oh, you did playlist earlier. Yeah, for sure. That's what I thought. Just making sure. I forget things all the time. Hmm. That is definitely the wrong link. So what I think I want to do here is use the switch component instead. Yeah, I think we just ditch the whole form field. And then we just wire it up separately. Do I want on input or on change? They don't even tell us. I think on change is fine. We don't have field. All right, let's see how that looks. It's not going to look perfect. It actually totally breaks. Oh. Excuse me. Woo! That was a good sneeze. All right, so what I kind of want to do here is I think I want to leave the match hole word on the left. I want to give it an info bubble. Clicking this should toggle, which it does. But it means that, yeah, this div needs a little bit of work. But we want to do that. And then gap 4, I think we make a gap 2. Oh, nope, not that. And then, yeah, to the right of it, I still want to do item center. I still don't know about the gap 2, but we'll leave it. And after the label is where we want to add the tooltip. Oh, why did we make that call? What variants do we allow? Maybe we don't even need that. All right, what if we just do this? Call it good. Hmm. All right, so what am I doing with tooltip on the keywords page? Oh, looks like I need a p tag to wrap it. No. It's tooltip, tooltip trigger, tooltip content. Why does one get the padding and the other doesn't? My guess is that one's inside of the dialogue and one isn't. That seems wrong. Are there other places that we have the tooltips that we could verify this? Ooh. So, no, it totally works inside of a dialogue. Why is that one not doing it? Did I forget the as child thing? No, we're doing as child. Hold up. I think we're bringing in one of the tooltip things from the wrong place. Yep, that's it. Tooltip content came from the wrong spot. So yeah, our configuration for auto import is still not taking over like it should have. That is really annoying, actually. Like, really annoying. And yeah, part of the problem here is that this is no longer, right? We can tab to that if it's showing, but we can't tab to it if it's not. If we made it a button, we could. Yeah, so like that unverified badge isn't tabbable either. Right, which means all of its content is invisible to screen readers. So we should do this a better way. Can we do button as child? We can, but it doesn't work the way we want. Oh, so if we pass no, we're actually good. Which then means I think we're tabbable. Yeah. All right, so we probably would just want to like tag the height and width better, right? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Ooh, but we can't tab to the link. Hmm. So hold on. What props does tooltip take in? Because I feel like it should be able to handle like focus within to keep it showing. Yeah, there might not be a way to do that. Huh. Hey, what's up, Mai? So we're currently still working on Messijo. What we're trying to do is work on the experience of hovering this. We can make it work, like, you can hover and then hover. We want to make this look more like a link, but the problem is, for people that are tabbing, the moment they tab to that link that's inside of the tooltip, it disappears. So we've got some accessibility issues. But yeah, how are you doing, Mai? Yeah, what are you up to? How was that event? I think I saw some of the photos. But yeah, seems cool. It was fun? Awesome. Yeah, no, we get people like Todd Libby and other like really accessibility focused people here in chat. So we gotta make sure that we do the right thing. Have I met Justin? Yes. When I went to render ATL last year, I didn't chat with him, but then I met him and chatted with him a little bit at GitHub Universe. And yeah, just super nice guy. He's one of those people that's easier to talk to when he's not the guy running things, which I think is kind of cool. Like, he's just more of just like a regular dude. So yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah, I don't think I got accepted to speak at GitHub Universe this year. No, GitHub Universe is in the fall. I forget when it is this year, but I'll be going to GitHub or Git Merge, which is also a GitHub event. But GitHub Universe is much bigger, right? GitHub Universe is multiple days at Fort Mason in San Fran. And then Git Merge happens just at like the GitHub headquarters. Yeah, GitHub Universe is all like GitHub things, like VS Code, Copilot, GitHub Actions, like all that stuff. Git Merge is more general about just like Git, right? So yeah, there's just they have different like goals. GitHub Universe is just to hype up their stuff, whereas Git Merge is to hype up Git in general. But yeah, I won't be able to make it to GitHub Universe this year. It is a really cool event, though. So last year I got to go. They give you a stipend as a speaker. So I got $1,500 just to attend. And then I got to talk about some Gitkraken stuff. So I got to get them to cover the hotel room and the flight and the food and all that stuff. So yeah, like, dude, it's really cool. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Git Merge does the same thing. But we'll see. Not sure if it's the same amount of money or whatever. They do that so that they don't necessarily have to like force you to book a hotel or flight through them, right? They just give you the money so that then you decide how to like reimburse yourself for the expense of getting there. And I think that's a kind of a cool and smart way to do that. Because then if the company covers everything, well then boom, I just get a fucking quick little paycheck, which is nice. You always thought Gitkraken was part of GitHub, like part of that like ecosystem. It isn't. I could imagine an acquisition at some point. I could totally picture it. But, Gitkraken is already like a $30 million a year business. Like, it's crazy. We went from like 5 mil to 30 mil. We're trying to become a 100 mil a year business. So that's way trickier. Per year. Yeah. Like, not that we did that jump from 5 mil to 30 mil in a year, but we are now a 30 mil a year business. How much of that is expenses, whatever? We're a profitable company. That's all I know. Like, we do have like 100+ employees. It adds up. Like, if you think about it, if we average the employee salary to 100K, 100 employees is 10 mil a year. Yeah. Right? Like, employees are the most expensive resource any business has to deal with. Yeah, like the numbers become staggering at some point. So yeah, like Microsoft laying off 9,000 people. Dude. They just saved 900 mil. They just cut 900 mil from their yearly operating expenses in a single day. I know, like that's insane, isn't it? A lot of people just don't think about these kind of numbers. Right? Amazon has 350,000 employees. Do we think they all make 100K a year? Maybe not, but dude, that number's insane, right? Like the amount of payroll that Amazon pays per year. Those numbers just, they're hard for a brain to wrap themselves around, you know? So yeah, Microsoft just saved hold on, I'm reading this right, yeah? 900 mil a year. It sucks to turn people into a dollar sign, but that's how accountants work. And what's up, Taco Bandit? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, something to think about. You just spam 2,000 customers with at least 5 emails each. Yeah, dude, Taco Bandit. I have sent an email from the Get Kraken mailing list that went out to like 140,000 people. Like, I didn't do it today. I did it at one point, but holy shit, dude. Yeah. The Get Kraken email list is huge. Yep. Yeah. I mean, you should feel a little bad, right? No one wants to get spammed, but Did I get nervous? Not really. It was a marketing email that needed to get sent. Like, I would have been more nervous if I, you know, if I hesitated. Oh, yours were testing emails. No, this was like a marketing email that needed to go out. Oof. So yeah, Taco Bandit. That one's rough. Ooh, dude, that's brutal. Yeah, that's the problem with like mixing credentials. You know, like technically you should have an entirely separate like set of API keys for testing email delivery, etc. Then it's not possible to go out to all those people. You know, hindsight and all that stuff. Yeah, you need a whole separate API key for test emails, and then it's not even possible, right? Because that same API key would then need to access the mailing list that you're sending to. Sure. Yep. So yeah, note to self: something you figure out, you make better, and no big deal. But yeah, sometimes you got to mess it up once to understand like the right way to do it. That happens. Yep. Yeah. Lesson learned. Yeah, the biggest problem is just that you're using production API keys locally, nah, there's something that went wrong in the entire process. Oh, no, I get that, but like the problem started before you even tried to send the emails. The problem started when you had production API keys local or whatever, right? Or production API keys in staging or production API keys in whatever. Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get it there, Taco Bandit. I just think eventually you run into that problem, and then the right thing to do is fix it so that it never happens to anyone else again. And that's just the growing pains of any organization. Yep, yeah, exactly. Right? Then the mailing list key can't be used with it. So even if you forget to swap that out, you're still using the testing API key. Yeah, exactly. Right? The key to any problem is not the fact that the problem happened, it's how did the problem happen and how can we prevent it in the future. If you refuse to if you're constantly pointing blame when a problem goes wrong, you're never actually fixing it because someone's just absorbing that liability. When instead, if there's a zero liability policy, then it's all about how do we as an organization prevent this from happening. And that's just the right way to do it. There's the employees in the past that have totally dropped databases from GitHub and Bitbucket and GitLab. They've all had that problem, right? Is it ever entirely the employee's fault? No. The fault is the system that allowed them to do it. If you have a culture of pointing blame, well then yeah, we just fire the person that fucked up and okay, cool, problem solved, which is the wrong way to do that. Instead, the person already made the mistake. You have trained them on the mistakes not to make. Why would you throw away that investment in training? They already know, they learned. Let's figure it out. Let's fix it. Right? Why would we fire the person that we just trained to never do that again? Boom, right? So yes, good companies with good culture recognize that a problem like that is not a single person's fault. It's a problem of policy. It's a problem of the environment that allowed it, things like that. And if you have a company that is good like that, then dude, it's really easy. Yeah, you just fix it. You make it so no one else can do it again. It's not your fault for doing it again. Could you point blame? Who set the system up in the first place? It's their fault. You know what? It doesn't matter because it went through some chain of command at some point, right? And nobody called it out. People have seen it for decades. And they didn't fix it, or for however long. The moment you start trying to find someone to blame is the moment that you stop caring as much about the fix. And that creates a bad culture. Yeah. I'm just I'm trying to reiterate and explain it in a way that I can say it better next time. So yeah, we already know, we got there, we figured it out. I'm just trying to think about how I can say this better next time. So I'm rephrasing as I go. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, exactly, dude. You already made the mistake. They've already paid the cost. To throw away that learning experience would actually be a huge waste. I think that's the right way to think about that. And all the best companies do that, and all the worst companies just blame people. One of my personal favorite examples is I worked at a life insurance company. We had a really, really fucking bad build system and policy for managing things that could and should change on the fly. one of the things was a user can't sign up for our life insurance like application and policy unless the minimum value of their policy is X amount, right? Because we make, the company makes money off of that baseline value of the policy. But because we were a brand new application being spun up within a life insurance company, we were using different underwriters. We were using an entirely different playbook, an entirely different set of vendors and everything to do the life insurance thing, to do underwriting. We could do underwriting within a matter of hours rather than like the weeks that most life insurance companies are beholden to. It's really cool, really awesome, but we needed users to test this with. So 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, we would do a bullshit process of rolling out entire new back-end lambdas and front-end code because we were hard coding that cutoff value of whether they were accepted or not. We should have been using feature flags. That would have solved the entire problem. But there was one day where I'm doing, I'm streaming, hanging out, and my newly appointed middle manager boss above me freaks out, tells our boss's boss, or our boss, that I'm streaming during business hours. And they threw me under the bus. You can't stream during business hours. Why? It's a conflict of interest. No, it isn't. I put in the work. We launched the entire platform, right? I built the entire front end doing this exact thing. It doesn't affect them. But because I was delayed in responding to my coworkers' pull requests and blah, 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 again, we didn't get the rollout to happen quick enough because it takes an hour and a half for a rollout to happen because QA has to sign off on every single environment because we're doing deploy-based feature flagging. That's the fucking problem. Solve that. Just make it a feature flag and you're done. Back end and front end both get it with leeway of maybe 5 minutes, depending on how often you cache that value. Problem solved. But no, just really bad engineering because it's a life insurance company, so they can't hire the best. But yeah, they wanted to point fingers why we didn't get that release out on time that day. Dude, it wasn't my fault the other times either that I wasn't the one on call to do that or whatever. But no, there was a just real quick moment where one brand new middle manager decided to just throw me under the bus. I really hope they think about that every time. But this is the same job that had the same really bad engineering practices of a lambda per endpoint, which can be forgiven if you want to make sure that you're not doing an AWS Lambda bottleneck, right? Because you only get so many invocations per hour. It's 10,000 or whatever. You get 10,000 concurrent Lambda instances. For a hot Lambda, you could hit 10,000 concurrent instances pretty quick at a large enough app, right? But the problem they did was all of those individual Lambdas were their own individual repos. So when they wanted to update the shared library between all those repos, they had 60 plus PRs to make. And multiply that by every environment because we had a dev environment, a staging environment, and a production environment. That's 180 pull requests they would have to do to update the shared library that these Lambdas were using. No, so the problem is not the environments. The problem is actually, it should have been a monorepo. Really easy. All 60 things could be in one monorepo. You'd update the library once, and you'd be done. All right, cool. It's the same code. We can push it up through all the environments. Is there a bit of DevOps orchestration to do with that? Sure, but it's really not that bad. It's just bad engineering, This is the same company that had multiple DynamoDB tables because they didn't understand the technology they were working with. right? So they did AWS Lambda and DynamoDB and a lack of feature flags. Like, they did basically everything wrong. Right? I was lucky. I was just the front end guy. That part's easy. Oh, yeah. Like, the boss's boss bragged about how we hosted the entire thing for only like $60 a month. All the environments, all the usage, like all that. That's fine. You can do that and still maintain better DevX. But it's a bad organization, right? Like, you can't change stuff if the people up top don't care. So yeah, that's still one of my favorite stories because I learned a lot of what not to do, even though I didn't have to touch that shit. The worst part was I had built out Vexilla enough that we could have just used Vexilla to do our feature flag thing. But then our boss was like, well, but I also want to have all this other stuff. Well, dude, okay, you're poo-pooing something that would make everything better because it's not perfect. Like, again, just bad manager, man. Really, really bad manager. This same manager also really fucked up. Every single developer on our team, we had a team of 10, most of them back end. Every single member of the team was on call on like basically every like 3 weeks because 2 of us had to be or something, right? But on call in this case meant, no, you're acting as L1 support because they didn't want to just hire an L1 support person. Right? Like, I understand, make me on call for outages and major problems, but don't make me the first point of contact when someone reports a bug. Especially because 90% of those bugs are back-end bugs, and I'm the front-end guy, man. Yeah, dude. No, it was a really good learning experience, and it was a really big bump up in salary from the job I had previously. So it was worth it. But, dude, it was just, I learned so much about the wrong way to manage a business just from being a part of that organization. Oh, it's fine. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just like explaining some of the stuff to look out for. Some of these things are major red flags, but you don't know in the moment, right? You don't know what you don't know until you figure it out. So, is what it is. It's fine. Yeah, I wasn't looking for sympathy. I'm just pointing out, like, man, bad engineering happens everywhere. AI would not have solved any of that problem. And hold on. So it feels like your first job where they hired you as a junior, but they needed senior level work. That's rough. Yeah. That's how most companies do it anyway. They don't want to pay what people are worth. So your question is, from that experience, what kind of questions do I ask companies to be wary of them in the interview process? It depends. When interviewing for front-end roles, I don't even consider questions like on-call, etc. Because front-end basically just doesn't need on-call people. If you're using feature flags, right, the back-end person can just toggle the feature flags. So maybe the idea is like, well, how do you all approach feature flags? Things like that. I don't necessarily look at it as a red flag if they don't have feature flags, because it's a way that I can introduce feature flags to the team and be like the expert that improved it. Sorry for the burp. So, yeah, some of these things I don't look at as like the end all be all red flags. The way I like to think about it is I find out what I can improve, but to me, I really like to ask a dev, what is your day to day like? And normally they'll betray whether they're in too many meetings or not. Right? Well, we do daily stand up, happens every day. Well, I immediately think in my head, yeah, sounds like that could just be like a Slack update. Now, in general, I'm not that picky when I'm interviewing. I can make a lot of stuff work. Like, I was at that company, the one that had so much going wrong, for over a year. I was there for like, I want to say like 16 to 18 months. I did the first maybe like 8 of those months as a contractor through the company I was at previously. And then they hired me. I should have just said, no, I'll just stay a contractor. I could have done something different because as a contractor, they can't force operating hours on me. So if I'd just been smarter and said, I'm staying a contractor, you can hire me as a contractor, let's do it. They couldn't have even fired me for, well, I mean, technically as a contractor, they can just stop the contract, but they can't terminate me for not working the hours they dictate. A lot of that stuff, you know? It's just funny that we launched the entire product with the work hours that I was already maintaining and doing, right? Like sole front end dev launched the entire damn thing. They had like 6 back end devs, at least 5 back end devs. But me, solo front end guy, launched that whole damn thing. After 3 weeks of onboarding, that's way too much onboarding. That's gnarly. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that sounds like a bad process. So yeah, what we're going to do is this is a mistake, this is a bug. It's something we'll leave for later. And hold on. So yeah, bad hiring. Problem with middle management, they think like your dad. If they see you all day on a computer, to him it's not really working, or if you work 6 hours, even though all the work gets done. Yeah. Yep. Oh, so Array of Hope, they were doing like a contract to hire thing. I think contract to hire is actually really good. But it does give them the power to just say, meh, we're good. No thanks. Sorry. Like at any point. I would say 3 months contract to hire is too long. The fact that they have a 3-week onboarding process already hints that the problem is bad. Like nothing's good going on there. Because you should be able to be onboarded and productive and shipping your first PR within a week or 2. Right? And it goes both ways. As a contractor, you can leave anytime you want as well. Yeah. In general, most states are at will employment, so they can let you go at any point and you can leave at any point. They don't need to give you notice. You don't have to give them notice. Yeah, at will employment goes both ways, but a lot of people still give companies the benefit. If you're in an at will state, You don't have to do shit when you're leaving. You just simply say, I'm done. Have a good day. And you're done. You hand in your credentials, you send back your laptop, problem solved. Done. Now, you normally don't want to do that unless you have another job lined up. But yeah, in an at-will employment state, there is zero requirement for you to give them any notice. That's kind of cool. And technically, at most big companies, the moment you say, I'm leaving, if they have a decent security and IT department, they cut you off anyway. Because it's not worth the liability of someone who's not actively involved to have access to what you have access to. So, something to think about, right? If you really like your team and the company is really great and you're just going for something better, cool. If you don't like it, you don't like the company, you don't like the way you're treated, just leave when you have something else lined up. If you're in an at-will employment state. This is United States-focused comments as well. But yeah, exactly, Brainless. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. So yeah, 5-stream streak. I think a lot of people are at a 5-stream streak. Just because Twitch really screwed us. Yep. Yeah, no, exactly. They do that from a point of leverage. People willing to take a contract to hire are typically people that need the job, so yeah. No, there's a lot of exploitative stuff out there in the world. All we got to do is be aware of it and try to get ahead of it. I don't do contracting anymore. If you're saying, where do I look for jobs? I mean, LinkedIn sends me a couple emails a week about jobs I might be a fit for. I do get companies reaching out to me for DevRel stuff now that I have at least a year under my belt. Which I'm pretty pumped on. Like, I'm really pumped on that. There's a couple DevRel roles that I've seen where, like, the upper limit is an extra $50K a year. That's seeming pretty good. Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of enticing ones. I really like the company I'm at. I have a lot of, like, agency and leeway to do anything I want, really. Like, if there's something I want to do, I can just ask my boss, and he's usually just like, fuck yeah, dude, do it. Like, dude, I really like my immediate boss. I like all the people I work with. I like the product we have. There's a lot that's going there, and I have a bit of loyalty because GitKraken's the first company that gave me a chance to break into DevRel. And they pay decent, right? Like, it's a pretty solid, like, DevRel contract, you know? Like, I've seen some other DevRel roles that I didn't even look at or consider because they're like peaking at $120K a year. Like, no, dude, I'm not taking a $120K a year job. No. I'll go back to engineering if it comes down to, like, picking between that stuff. So yeah, there are companies that value DevRel or developer advocacy or developer experience engineering or whatever you want to call it. Same shit. I don't necessarily want to name them, but I do want to give GitKraken a solid 2 years. Just out of, like, loyalty and being appreciative. And then beyond that, yeah, you know, I like money. And yeah, there's some really cool ones out there. There was one that we looked at the other day that's like an auth as a service company. Seems cool. I don't use auth as a service much, though. So I don't know if I'd be a good advocate. No, and I understand that software. I'm talking about like here in the Seattle area. 120K a year for my level of experience is a major step down. Fallen. Yeah. I mean, 2 years is a good solid point to start looking for something else. Just in general, because it doesn't look too bad on a resume to jump every 2 years. If you're at a new job every 6 months, that's a big red flag, right? But if you're at a new job every 2 years, that's not a big deal. Like, that's kind of expected. Yeah, damn right, Pronam. Yeah, no, that's smart of your boss there, Fallen, for sure, man. Like, you never know. Yep. Yeah, when an acquisition happens, it's either an acquisition of the tech or an acquisition of the customer base or an acquisition of the team. If it's not immediately obvious that it's an acquisition of the team, yeah, you're all getting cut. Right? So there's like the acqui-hire kind of thing. Did Sunil Pai sell Party Kit? Or does he still retain it? I'm curious about that bit. Yeah, it looks like he still retains it. But yeah, I thought Cloudflare totally bought this. I could be wrong though. I could be totally wrong. But yeah, like them rehiring Sunil Pai was basically an acqui-hire. I mean, you see what you want to see. And what's up, One True Blue? How you doing? What you up to? Yes, Zerk, that is exactly how that's working. So I'm rendering react.email directly into HTML, and then I'm using Elixir Mustache to interpolate the values for it. Because I don't want to do the React to HTML part on the fly, right? So we pre-render all that, and then the rendering of the values into the template, right? Like the interpolation has to be runtime. So we do that with Mustache, because that's fast. And we can cache that stuff too. And hey, thank you guys. Taco Bandit, appreciate you. So, thank you guys. Taco Bandit, appreciate you. So, enjoy. Array of Hope, enjoy. Hopefully, no ads for you guys. That makes it way better. Damn, Taco Bandit. Thank you. Yeah, instead of just doing the random, right? Yeah, because then people who are here get it, right? Instead of random. Yeah, it's kind of smart. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And yeah, hold on. So yeah, I haven't bought my tickets, right? Plane or whatever for commit your code. But yeah, like when are you flying in again? It's like it's either Thursday or Friday that the event happens. Like so then like the Wednesday before. I think that makes sense, right? Yeah, the Wednesday before. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it. We'll see what time of day I want to get in. And then flying out Saturday. Yeah, makes sense. So like Thursday, Friday is the big event. Yeah. Yeah, commit your code is so cheap. We know a few people that are in the area that are definitely planning on going. And it's a bunch of different tracks. So hold on. What are the tracks? There's JavaScript, Java, Cloud, and .NET. So .NET people, there's, an entire track for you. Cloud people, Java people, there's stuff for you. I'm giving a talk on the JavaScript portion of things. And the talk is the path to TypeScript from Flow, rewriting our 600,000 line Get Kraken desktop application from Flow to TypeScript. Yep. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. The dev that did it is really good at what they do. Yeah, I plan on writing a blog post and doing a bunch of that stuff for Get Kraken too, but like I do want to hold off on the blog post and a YouTube video until we've done at least one of these talks, because talks like to have at least a little bit of an exclusive. Right? Like conferences in general. Taco Bandit. You went to render ATL. You think next year you're going to do Seattle or React Miami? Well, I mean, Taco Bandit, you're just down there in Portland, right? Or maybe I'm mixing that one up. Oh, you're in Oklahoma. No. Who am I thinking of that's in Portland? Shit. All right. See, I mixed that one up. Sorry. Totally different one. Taco Bandit. There's one near you called Thunder Plains. Oh, you've been to Thunder Plains and you don't like it? What do you not like about it? Oh shit, I'm so curious because I plan on applying to this one. But maybe I just don't. I don't know. I'll try it anyway. Whatever. If you're in the area, we can hang out. Personal problems with the community. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like if I'm in the area, we can hang out. Now I need to get a talk accepted. I'm not going to Oklahoma just for the fun of it. What? No. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely consider this one. The Seattle one that Taco Bandit was talking about, Mai, is probably. Oh wait, and Mai, wait, you're from Wisconsin? I don't think I knew that. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought you were just like L.A. born and bred. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't know that. Cascadia JS is the one, and actually, we can just do the command. Good call. You hate the snow? Oh, brutal. Yeah, Cascadia JS is like the Seattle conference for like web devs at least. I think there's a couple others that come out here from time to time, but that's like the big one. Mm. No, Surrender ATL isn't just JavaScript, whereas Cascadia JS is like purely focused on JavaScript, like TypeScript, whatever, right? So yeah, Render ATL is a little more generic. Not like generic in a bad way, but a little more like anyone in the area can attend. And Render ATL is just big time. Like it's a massive party. Like I forget the numbers. I think Cascadia maybe gets to like 1,000 people. I think Render ATL gets like 5,000 people. Yeah, they had too many AI talks. Yeah. Yeah. You were burned out by the second day. So here's the thing, Taco Bandit. Like, I'm from Seattle. I miss an entire half of the day at Render ATL anyway, because I'm going to sleep at like 5 a.m. Because 5 a.m. there is 2 a.m. for me. Which means I'm waking up at like the crack of noon just to like make it for like the last half of the day there. But yeah, no, Cascadia is a long-running conference here in the Northwest. It's really good. You spend half of the day just trying to find tasty food. Yeah, that's the thing I found odd about Atlanta. I didn't find nearly as much like tasty food as I expected to. Like there is a like a barbecue truck that goes till 5 a.m. So I hit that up. That was nice. Yeah, yeah. But like, you wouldn't go to Atlanta for sushi. Who does that? That'd be weird. So yeah. When I showed up in Atlanta, it was like midnight or something, and there's basically nothing open. They're like, oh, there's this like 24-hour diner. And I went to that and it was awful. Yeah, yeah, there's some good barbecue in Atlanta. And there's a good uh, Indian food place called Blue India, which I went to not for Render ATL, but when I was in town for Connect Tech. Like all the speakers went out to this place called Blue India. And it was good. I don't normally think Indian food in Atlanta. Like that seems odd, but it was good. It was solid food. Best fried chicken. Okay. Mary's Mac Tea Room. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out next time. Authentic soul food. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I do my own fried chicken. Like, I make a really good fried chicken. So then it's like tough to eat fried chicken elsewhere unless it's really good fried chicken. Like, I basically can't eat KFC anymore unless I'm hungry, you know. You heard I'm cooking for CYC? Definitely not. Nah, hell no. No way. Nah, I'm good on that. One of these days, I'll be big time enough. I'll be like, like Tracy or whatever. Tracy, Lady Leet. That's her nickname or whatever. I'll be like her, where I'll like book an entire suite. We'll have all the best whiskeys, and I'll get the fried chicken thing going. Boom. I'll do that at some event eventually if I make it big time. We're a good 5 to 10 years out of something like that, but I could make that happen. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no worries. Who was that? Hold on. Sockwer. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your gifted subs. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, we'll see you again soon, Sockwer. No worries. This is basically a Friday, so yeah, we're hanging out. We're partying. GriffCon 2030. Yeah, no worries, Taco Bandit. Dude, my car just got finished working on being worked on today too. But I'm not going to be able to go pick it up today, and I won't be able to pick it up till Monday, which is fine. It's not like I'm driving anywhere. Dude, I got a pretty hefty bill, which bums me out a little bit, but whatever. But yeah, have a good night there, Taco Bandit. Later. Oh, dude, mine's like 26 hundo. Yeah, they have to replace like the ignition switch. They had to do a bunch of discovery. Like, man, yeah, just that one jerk that broke into my car messed up a bunch of stuff. Yeah, like super gnarly. Yours was all AC stuff. Yeah, no, mine was like they tried to start my car with the oil dipstick, and they just totally ruined the ignition. It starts still, and I was able to drive it, but like it never went out of start. Like the starter motor never like reset back to zero. So when it was in park, you could hear the starter still like catching, and it created this terrible sound. Then there's a crankshaft sensor. They're going to do a transmission flush just because it's necessary. I asked for an oil change. The person who broke into my car and did the thing to the ignition, they also busted my door lock. Like, dude, they messed up so much that it's like, it's a bummer. I also haven't taken it into the mechanic since like 2018 or 2019. So I'm overdue. If we really do amortize the cost of it over the 6 years, then it's fine. Like, you know, $2,600 over 6 years. You kind of want to expect like, I don't know, a few hundred a year at least, just for like maintenance. So yeah, exactly. It's not the worst thing that could have happened, and it needed to get taken in. Yeah, yeah. And it's only at like 165,000 miles. I rebuilt the engine at like 120. So I got easily another 60K I can put in this thing. And with how much I drive, 60,000 miles is easily the next 5 years or more. So yeah, like I got plenty of time. Yeah, I mean, I bought the car for like 35 hundo or 4K, right? Put a rebuild into it for like 3.5K. And yeah, dude, this car will easily be like a 240, 300,000 mile like vehicle. No, it's a Subaru. Mid 90s Subaru, like a 1995 before they did the body change on the Legacies. It's one of those like bulletproof Subarus. Yeah, Hondas are nice too. I need four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. I'd prefer all-wheel. I just don't want to deal with like switching between all-wheel and four-wheel. But yeah, hold on one second. So yeah, you asked a question. Let me double check it. Was I out and about and that occurred? No, it was at home. Yeah, my car was sitting in the secured parking garage when some tweaker broke into it. Like, just so annoying. At least they didn't shatter a window to do it. Yeah, no, the secured parking garage here sucks. Dude, yeah, no, this apartment complex is not worth the cost. I'm planning on moving eventually, but I'm also pretty lazy. I just need GME to moon, and then I can buy something. I just need GME to moon. That's all. To the moon. Come on. I just need GME to moon, and then I'm set. Oh, I get it, Ethan. Yeah, yeah. No, this is just, I live, like, right on a trail. Like, it's just too accessible by other people. Like, I live right on, like, a walking trail. Hold on. Let me reply to this person. Alrighty. So yeah, let me go use the restroom again. Let me go grab another soda. It's holiday time, so a few extra sodas totally undoes the diet that I just did, but whatever. I can diet more. You're right, back. Let me get more music going first, and then yeah, let me grab some soda. All right, got my soda. And yeah, later, this is a foodie stream. What are you making for dinner? Because that's important. Yeah, for sure. If you already left, not a big deal. I'm going to be doing pho for dinner. I got the beef thawing right now. Yeah, we'd always talk about food. I'm addicted to the shit. I gotta eat it every day, man. I know, every single day. Man, this food addiction, it's tough. All right. Yeah. We just yapped a bunch. Let's get something done. I'm gonna get rid of that. We got the switch. We call it good. We do a form set when this gets toggled, which I'm okay with. Default values are good. So yeah, submitting the form should be totally okay. But I forgot something on the back end where we need to accept that at the controller level. Man, yeah, I need to shave. There's just a bunch of dirt on my lip. Could be worse. Could be like Jason, where if I like shave completely clean, I'd have a full beard within like 3 days, right? How long does it take you to get a beard that you consider a proper beard, Jason? This is easily like a week. This is not shaving for a week. Within a few days, you've basically got just like the makings of a beard, right? Dude, that's legit, man. I just remember when you posted the photo of you without a beard, right? And you're like, yeah, my wife and kids hate it. I just remember laughing at that. Yep. Yeah, no, I get it. Makes sense. See, you need to do the hand gesture. Is there some like emoji where you can do like the hand facing down? Because he goes, shaved. You're like, dude, shaved. Right? It doesn't hit right without the hand gesture. Arnold Palmer alert. Who wants an Arnie Palmy? Hey, babe, this one's the one with the vodka. Who wants an Arnie Palmy? I love that movie, The Other Guys. It's up there as one of my favorite movies of the past 20 years. All right, so we updated that. What we need to do on the back end is then stop the dev server, rebuild. It's build SDK. Man, it's been a while since we touched that, eh? There we go. Oh, and real quick, man, I had a really good conversation with this dude the other day. So yeah, if you're looking for just another good dev stream to check out, I forget when he streams. We don't overlap whatsoever, so I'll basically never get a chance to rate him. But yeah, super chill dude. Yeah, he's doing like an essay of some kind, and he needed someone who doesn't represent as Christian to like chat about some philosophical stuff. And I do not identify as Christian. So yeah, I totally said I'm down. We scheduled a thing, and it turns out I'm the only one that actually showed up. Damn it, agnostics and atheists, you're making us look bad. Show up to things when you schedule a thing. But yeah, no, it was a cool conversation, and he seemed very like open, which was nice. I think that's always the tricky bit. But yeah, what's everyone up to? You got any fun plans for the weekend? For people here in the US, tomorrow's a holiday. What are you doing with that extra day? And the answer, nothing, is totally acceptable. For people in other countries, well, tomorrow's just Friday for you. What are you doing for your Friday? Or your Saturday or Sunday? Anything fun? I'm thinking it might be fun to go try and golf on Sunday. Or at least hit the driving range, you know? Calgary Stampede starting on Friday, so we'll go try and explore that event. What is the Calgary Stampede? To me, it sounds like a bar crawl. No, it's not just a bar crawl, it's a stampede. But yes, it's basically a bar crawl. Right? Like, am I right about that? Is it just a bar crawl? It's a bunch of events kind of bundled together, a rodeo, music festivals, bar crawl. I get it. All right, brings in a bunch of tourism. Yeah, that sounds cool. Dude, this is not the first time we've seen that transport error. We're going to test this real quick. Blueski. Oh, shit. Someone's making a Super Mario Brothers the movie reference? I mean, I love a good Super Mario Brothers the movie reference. Choxy. Yeah, that's the dude we banned earlier. Interesting. The one that said I looked tired. How dare they? All right, but real quick, we're gonna make just a BSE post. This is just me testing an app. Please disregard. Git Lens and Git Kraken are great. Great. All right, we'll delete it at some point too. I just want to make sure we're not getting the timeout thing. We saw the messages come through. Yeah, so we're good there. Okay. Okay. All right, so now I got to go to my account, delete it. Great success. Yeah, exactly. Oh, can I just point out, I found this, the price is wrong, right? The thing that you see in the header there, I found this within days. Like, within days of his passing. I found it on a golf course. It's a ball marker. I'm pretty sure when I said, yes, I found this, like, within days of him passing away, people didn't believe me. No, that's the coolest thing ever. And yeah, it's just a ball marker for the golf course. But now I don't want to bring it with me because I know I'll forget it at some point. So now it's just a thing that I have forever. Got it while golfing at Interbay. And the only reason I found it is because someone else lost it. So why would I bring a thing that someone else lost to a place where someone lost it? Yes, it's an artfully crafted piece of art made by an artisan in an artisanal way, demonstrating martial arts. Only way it could be better is if the guy that made it is named Art. I would also accept Artemis. Arthur would count. Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, we get it. All right, so yeah, we can't reproduce that error, which is fine. What we need to do now is we need to try and create a new keyword. We do foo, but we want to match the whole word. Okay, and then we do another that is foo, and it's not the whole. So then we get enough messages that, yeah, this one should totally get a bunch of tags, while this one would not, because foo is looking for the whole word. But technically, no, you know what? They should both have the same amount of events, because we're not using the whole word thing anywhere. Oh, so we're not doing the case insensitive thing like I thought we were. All right, so that's already a mistake. All right, so yeah, we got fixes to do because we should be doing a case insensitive lookup. Like foo and foo should be having the exact same values right now. There's something wrong there. All right, so now we got to go look at this part. All right, so we see 51 and 7, 53 and 9, 55 and 11. All right, so yeah, we were missing the I from our regex pattern. All right, so now we are case insensitive. So what we want to do here is, yeah, we're doing match and snippet. We're doing text and word and snippet length. We need to take in the keyword config of needing the whole word, and then regex pattern becomes a case. Or an if-else. Like, either way works. What would that regular expression look like? So what all is /s and /s? Yeah, I need regex 101. To the rescue. All right, so we get the part before and after. All right, so when we do true, Yeah, exactly. The plural of regex is regrets. Yeah, and it's not Pearl's fault. It's just, regular expressions. They are what they are. Well, I don't know what version or what flavor of regular expression we actually use. Based on PCRE. All right, so it's PCRE 1, not PCRE 2. Which doesn't change anything for us. Cool. That's good. Let me get more music going. Does Synthwave belong to Museum? Junior? Junior? Yeah, Jason, dude, this song hits extra hard because I've been playing the Indiana Jones game. There's a mission called Belongs in a Museum. It's a really good game. Anyone out there, if you have Xbox Game Pass, it's free on Game Pass. You do need an RTX capable card, right? Ray tracing. It's really good. Yeah, dude. It's one of my favorite games in recent memory for sure. All right, so instead, what we would maybe change this to is maybe slash W. They're saying this does match still, but it shouldn't. Okay. We do need the multi-line on here. And don't return after first match. And if I type 0 here again... Right? 0 matches when it shouldn't. All right, so the big difference here is just simply how we do this part. We're going to add the M and the G. So then I think we're good. Oh, and we get a single notification. CM Griffing on Blue Sky. This is just me testing see all event. We can go click into the one, which is the post on Blue Sky that is post not found because we deleted it. Perfect. So we were able to double check that the single notification worked. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. Like a glove. All right, so what we can do real quick is we can check this one off. That one's done. Enough for now. Look for whole words. This one's actually in progress. And we're doing it. All right. Man, and we haven't seen Skizzers in ages. I hope he's doing okay. He's the one that created that perfect misspelled comment. Like, Skizzers put major work into, like, being a mod for this channel. He is, like, the mod's mod. He is the mod of the mod squad. Real quick. So, you are so disappointed. A team needed to avoid hitting rate limit on a supplier API for which they just needed to control the requests being sent. You're looking at the code. They kept sending every possible request at once and added a function after for every request that failed to be retried. Yeah. I think here's the big thing. No matter what, you need that like retry logic anyway. So the way I would look at it is what they did shouldn't be considered done, but it should be at least considered the first step. Like if the request fails, well, then we retry it after X amount of time. But awesome. Problem solved for that one part of the problem. But then the other problem is, well, yeah, just send it when you need to instead of every single time. But if you do it the other way, you still have the problem of, well, yeah, the request failed, but you didn't retry it. So then, like, your dead letter queue never gets filled. Like, in general, Brainless, these are all problems that are solved by message queues. And the same mechanisms for making message queues robust is the same mechanism you need for this stuff, too. Even if you're not going to establish a full-on proper message queue. No, so Brainless, like, look at it this way. What they did sets them up to then do the proper batching or whatever that you saw us implement earlier this week, right? But even if I was doing the batching correctly, if I didn't handle the response properly, then that message never gets sent. So for the case of resend, yeah, I could easily hit the 2 messages per minute, like, limit. Or not minute, 2 messages per second limit with all these things, even if I do batching properly. So at that point, I should be handling the failure request too. But instead, I'm just going to switch to SendGrid, and then I got 10K a second I can do. And then who gives a shit? But just in general, the right way is to solve both problems. If they just thought the one way was enough, well then, yeah, that's an issue. But could it have been a thing where someone proposed a 2-pronged approach to solving the problem, and then management decided to not do the other half? Don't blame engineering when you can easily blame management. Oh, so they're not even doing like a gradual roll-off. That's even worse. Okay. So yeah, there's problems to solve there. But I would just simply point out they got to handle the failure event and retry. They also need to do a gradual roll-off, sure. And then finally, there might be some way to batch these things that's better too. The order in which you do those is a little up in the air. Yeah, I mean, management should have a clue, though. Maybe not like management, but the PM. No, and I get it, Brainless. What I'm trying to say, though, is this is not only an engineering problem. It's not only a management problem. It's a matter of communicating between engineering and management. At that point, the process should have been broken down into separate tasks instead of just one big feature. Then you can track the ones that didn't get done this sprint into next sprint without necessarily, pushing the entire ticket to next sprint. That's one of the biggest problems I've had with management in general, right? They assign an epic and they think the entire epic's going to get done. Like, no. Individual tasks within the epic get done. An epic getting pushed and spanning multiple sprints, that shouldn't be a problem. That shouldn't be a red flag at all. But I've met bad managers that think, no, this epic, we're shipping it this sprint. Fuck you. I just think that in my head every time. But yeah, I get that brainless, but think more outside of the technical aspect. Think about why they were not encouraged to do this in a gradual way. Right? Like, look more at the project management lifecycle. Look more at how they're breaking down tasks into smaller tasks. Look more at how, like, just how that stuff works. Maybe, but brainless, like, that's literally what it takes to become like a staff or a principal engineer. You have to think more about just the writing of the code. Yeah, so I would say the PM is actually a major problem, and that would be my first bit of feedback. PM, you got to change the way you think about delivering features. No amount of code writing will solve bad management. No amount of management will solve bad code, right? You guys got to meet halfway. And that's how you can level up your career in general, by understanding both. Someone who only ever thinks about code will never make it to principal engineer. Yeah, no, exactly, right? So staff has less of like a business impact than principal, but staff still needs to care about how teams work together, like the actual processes of code, right? Almost from like an engineering lead type perspective, but it's a different thing, right? Engineering leads manage people, staff manages the communication of teams. No, so I think that's a big thing, though, brainless, right? Staff and principal are not managers. They operate outside the scope of one team, right? So, based on that, they can actually look at these things from an outside perspective instead of the people that are intimately part of it. And that gives you a lot of like power to understand what's going wrong because you can never tell what's going wrong when you're inside of it. You might have opinions, but the people outside of it can see better, right? It depends on the company and the organization. Staff and principal do code still, but it's less and less code. But it's still so fundamentally different from a manager, right? Like a team lead. You're not a team lead. But you may only talk to team leads and the managers of each team. You don't talk to everyone else on the team. Your goal is to make shit happen between teams rather than being in a team and being siloed to it. As a manager of a team, you're typically not aware of what other teams are doing. As a staff or principal engineer, you have to be aware of how these teams are actually working together without even knowing it. That's my understanding of it. I could be wrong, but the best way to look at it is there is staffeng.com, I think. This site talks about what being a staff engineer actually means, right? Right? It's leadership beyond the management track. Like beyond meaning like totally outside the same scope. right? So senior staff, principal software. Like, I would say that these roles are not management, but they're closer to management than engineering. But you can still be like really productive and enjoy what you do in these kind of roles. Hey, what's up, Abu? How you doing? Yeah, let me point out, I've never been staff engineer. I've never been principal engineer. All I know about it is what I've read. I've been senior. I've been like the lead on smaller teams. But I've never actually been like a proper staff or principal engineer. I'd love to at some point. I think I'd probably make it to founder slash CTO before I make it to staff or principal, though. Especially now that I'm in DevRel instead of engineering. Hold on, sorry. Let me do this. All right, there we go. Anyway. So yeah, what is everyone up to? You enjoying your day? It's basically 6 p.m. We got plenty of time. One second. So brainless. No, literally, your director of engineering wants to make you a staff engineer. Like, that's literally it, dude. Until it happens, don't get your hopes up. No, you can actually start making that your role anyway, dude. Like, I think there's a lot of value to doing so. And you should start reading up. Like, dude, brainless, 100%. You should start reading stuff like this. This is the way to level up your career without having to go into management. At some point, senior hits diminishing returns. So, yeah, man. The fact that you have a director of engineering that sees this in you is, yeah, dude, that's awesome. That's fucking cool, dude. And the more you can learn and talk to the things in this, the more he's going to be really confident in letting you do that, in making you do that, in forcing you to do that. Because you're the right person for the job at that point, you know? Dude, you should be really, really thankful that you have a director of engineering that cares and recognizes and sees that. Dude, there's so many worse companies you could be at. Like, is there anyone at your company that you talk to about career advancement, etc.? Because that's really what you should be doing as a conversation with your immediate boss, right? Like, that's a conversation you should be having. Like, how do I progress my career? I'm still so new to DevRel that I'm just trying to keep going long enough. But eventually, I will be asking my boss, like, all right, so now that I've done DevRel for a bit of time, what can I do to be a better DevRel, right? What can I do to like level up to senior DevRel? And I don't know, maybe no one at the company I'm at knows. I'm okay with that. That's fine. You know, I'm at a small enough company where maybe they don't have a benefit for a DevRel leadership role. I don't know. But it's still pretty damn cool when you have a boss that cares, that wants to level you up. That's the number one thing you should be like. Someone asked earlier, Mai asked earlier, what people ask about in the interview to gauge whether the company is good or not. That might be one of the things you ask. Like, how could I level myself up? How do you, like, as a manager, make me better? You know? Is there a plan? Is there like a rubric? Is there stuff we can do? All right, 1 second. Let me get more music going. God, I love that album. This one's good too. What's up, DT Code? It's going well. Dude, I feel like I got bit by something because I got like a really itchy part of my knuckle here. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. But things are going well. We're just sitting here hammering stuff out, hacking on code, ranting and raving and chatting a bunch. Ooh, gonna get some food. Hold on, you gotta say what food. You know this is a foodie stream in disguise. Come on. I got some like smaller beef chunks thawing in my fridge right now. I'm gonna sear them on the outsides, then slice them at a pretty rare amount and throw them into some pho tonight for dinner. And it's gonna be delicious. Now, granted, do I need the carbs from the noodles and the pho? Probably not. Especially with all the soda I've had today. Like, I've had 600 calories worth of soda. Oh, my gut's not happy with me. But whatever. All right, so likely a pita with jam and some hot cocoa. That's barely a meal. Come on, man. But I get it. If that's what you want to eat, then eat it. That's fine. But DT Code, good music. Gonna finish up 3 pages and off to the side projects. Yes, I feel you. Yes, I know what you are saying. Once, don't say, trece, catorce. Yeah, I can count. Why do they call it 11s? I'm kidding. That was like the limit of the Spanish I know. Don't say, trece, catorce. Quince? Shit, what is 16? I want to say siéntense, but that's actually sit down, like, to a bunch of people. So it's not siéntense. Shit. Yeah, I forgot how to say 16. Right? My bad Spanish. Jumping on through. Once, don't say, trece, catorce. I think it's quince. But then what is 16? Ciense. So then 17. Maybe I was mixing up 17. Shit. What is 17 in Spanish? Yeah, I don't remember. Whatever. Okay, so in 19th century, workers would discreetly refer to drinking a strong liquor by saying they were going for once, a reference to the 11 letters in aguardiente. Over time, the word became associated with the break itself, regardless of the alcohol. So hold on. Wait. I don't know what time it is for you, but it's almost like this sounds a lot like the conversation they had in Lord of the Rings, right? Yeah, we had first breakfast. What about second breakfast? He doesn't know about second breakfast? What about elevensies? Brunch? Mid-afternoon snack? Yeah, it's a bit like second breakfast. It's elevensies. It's like literally elevensies. It just happens at a different time of day. Literally, the name means elevensies. They say it's from Aguardiente. No, it's from Tolkien. And I'm kidding. Tolkien is way past 19th century. So, yeah, no. But maybe that's where he got elevensies from. Yeah, that's funny. It's like literally the definition of elevensies. Not like fully literally, but it's that meal between meals. Elevensies. Yeah, totally. You guys just do it at the wrong time of day. Whatever. Not your fault. All right, back to what we're doing. I think we actually have this correct now. Oh, did I kill the server by mistake? Oh, God. Oh, God, I broke everything. Oh, buddy. Ah, yeah, match and snippet 3 is undefined because we're not passing the match whole word, which should be defaulting to false, so that's actually odd to me. Already lost 8 kilograms. Damn, dude. That's like 20 pounds. Right? It's like 2.2, yeah? 2.2 pounds per kilogram? Dude, that's 20 pounds, man. Good job, dude. Fuck yeah, man. I need to be losing way more weight. I'm not doing it while drinking Coca-Cola and whiskey, but, you know. The 10 pounds I lost, I'm gaining back within a weekend. Fuck it, whatever. Whatever. No, and I get you. I think we'd all prefer eating chocolate and a burger. Maybe not at the same time, but close enough. Live a little. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, what's everyone up to? Y'all having a good day? We are just enjoying a pre-holiday holiday. Having the best time. Yeah, we need to get this part working better. So let's go search for it. We don't need to do a replace. It's just happening. Wait, why the fuck do I have two of these? All right, so yeah, we do this, we clear it, we can start it. Oh god, we broke everything. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Dude, that's so many messages. What did I break? Invalid option at position G. So we can't... Okay. Okay. No, you know what? Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. We can't use the G. Because global just doesn't make sense. But I think multi-line does. Alright, so this fucking thing compiles now, right? Shit. Shit. So we see a 44 difference. We still see a 44 difference. We're going to delete both of these and start fresh, just to be sure. What's up, Hunar? How you doing on YouTube, Mr. Sir? All right, well, shit. One of these seemed good, and then the other doesn't. Dude, the Foo Fighter ones should have worked. The food, the fool, the football should not have worked. So now I need to, like, crawl the database and see what the hell's going on here, man. Hunar, your laptop arrived? Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, man. You installed some games on it? What games do you play? That was a big part of, like, why you got that same one, right? So what games have you played yet? So here's a big part of it. We see foo is whole word being false because we're not passing that to the back end properly. So now we need to log if we're actually passing the whole word thing, because we should have with foo. So we got that problem. So let me go pee. I'm going to go grab another soda. Do I need the calories? No. But I want the whiskey. So let's do it. Fuck it. Why not? Ooh. Okay, so, Hunar, with your brand new laptop, you stress tested Call of Duty with extreme settings. You're getting at least 130 frames per second without overclocking. You played some Call of Duty, City Skylines 2, GTA 5, and Minecraft. Damn, dude, in a laptop? Holy shit, man. Dude, that's so cool. Yeah, I'm happy for you, man. Yeah, that actually sounds great. All right, so our fix is, why are we not passing the right values here? And let's start pouring these a bit stronger, because, oh, why not? It's also Basil Hayden, which is a somewhat weaker beverage. You know, it's only 80 proof. The stuff we were mixing with the Coca-Cola previously was 100 proof. And yeah, I think we're chilling. We're late enough into the day. We could start exploring a little bit. And when I say exploring, I kind of want to start evaluating what tools we could use to vibe code some video games. All right, so the big thing is I want to do this with a local model. What tools can I plug local models into? And what local models would be good at making game stuff? Now, so for hosting local models, there's Ollama, there's LM Studio, right? Like the local model part is not the actual like hardest problem to solve. I have LM Studio. And I would just use that. It's basically Ollama with a nice GUI. What I care most about, right? We need to pick a model and do some of that BS. Sure. But it's going to be a coding model. No, so I get that DT code, but I don't want to use something that I got to pay for. Now, I've got this fucking Mac Mini, right, with an M4 and a bunch of bullshit in it. The stuff I'm doing isn't very, like, resource intensive, so I could do some, like, local. At which point I should probably find a local model that's good. I believe Quen is good enough in many cases. But then how do I actually orchestrate this local model? Do I expect it to be as good as Sonnet? No. But could we start farming out some tasks to a thing and we just get to it later, right? Like, yeah, scaffold a thing and then I do the cleanup and I make it better. Which model locally is good at Unity or Unreal? Or Godot? Maverick from Meta? It looks to me like DeepSeek could be really good. OpenCoder could be really good. Mistral 7B could be good too. Well, okay. Wait, what the fuck? LM Studio, did you reset my fucking Zoom? All right, well, we're going to update LM Studio anyway, because it's cheap and easy. Oh, and here's something I want to shout out real quick. We've got a regular here in our chat, Code Spent, who's a good dude. He's in a tricky predicament at the moment. I think there's a lot he could have done to prevent this moment, and we don't need to lecture him about it, but he does have a... what is it? Like a Kickstarter or whatever? I forget the name. Hold on. I don't know if he shared it anywhere. I don't see it, but let me just find it. It's a GoFundMe. So he would love to pay this stuff back, but he's in a tricky moment. And yeah, damn, there's so much bullshit on there. Code Spence a good dude. The company he works for is requiring like a back-in office thing. He maybe needs to move somewhere else because that office is 2 hours away, but he's in such a tricky predicament with this eviction that's on his like record or whatever. So he's working to get that eviction off of his record so that he can actually afford decent apartments somewhere. I already donated 300 myself. I'm hoping he gets to that number that he needs, but if not, I would happily just give him the cash. Anyone that's willing to help. He's looking for 1.8K. I think it's a pretty modest number. I think it's only half of what he needs to actually get the thing off of his record. But yeah, like, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to help out. And we could stage like a hackathon. We could do something. I wonder if there's another way that he could incentivize people to pay for, I don't know, some of his like time and expertise or whatever. So, just in case, Code Spence here all the time. I think he should set up something more than just a GoFundMe. Like, code review time. Could you pay him, I don't know, $20 per code review? It is, yeah, it's kind of crazy. He admits that there's probably more he could have done, other stuff he could have done better, etc. We're not going to try and lecture him on his spending habits. He already knows he's fucking up there. But at the same time, he's a good dude. If you can help out, that'd be cool. If not, whatever. But I think there's maybe a better way he could incentivize the value. This is Code Spent. There was a while where we didn't necessarily get along. He was actually really, really like forthright with owning that disagreement. And honestly, that's all he needed to do for so long. But no, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. Exactly. That's like the hardest part there, Cosmic. Like, some of these things really do chase you for a long time. Like, I had really shit credit for a long time. Like, my credit rating was like 350 for like a decade. Because I defaulted on some fucking, some like energy bills and some other bullshit. But that stuff falls off of your record pretty quickly. Yeah, the eviction thing, I think, sticks with you forever. Unless it's like a credit thing. But I don't think credit thing, like, I don't think it's technically a credit thing. Credit stuff falls off after 7 years. I don't think he has the time for that. But I was able to have a bunch of the stuff I defaulted on just fall off my credit without even having to pay it back. Is it credit related? I think it's slightly different, right? Like, credit rating stuff falls off after 7 years, but an eviction may not technically be a credit thing, and instead... Okay, with the creditor after payment in full. Okay, yeah, so you're right. I'm misunderstanding it. It is a credit thing, then. My guess is that he could actually have a decent credit rating, and still this eviction would prevent him from getting housing elsewhere, right? So even if it's on the credit report, I don't know if it's the same as something that would fall off your credit, right? But yeah, maybe I'm just wrong and I misunderstand. Maybe it depends on state. I thought the like the 7-year statute of limitations for credit stuff, I thought that was like national. But then like the eviction thing may be totally separate. Like again, the key would be when you're applying for an apartment, they want rental history. Could the creditor, that apartment complex, simply be saying, you know what, if someone asks, we'll say you're good to go. And then you're fine, right? Like he could have a perfectly good credit score, but if your rental history still has this like eviction on it, you're fucked, right? To like get a new apartment, even with good credit. That like again, I don't know. He knows better than I do. I wish he was here right now, but yeah, it's fine. I'm just shouting him out. I think he deserves some support. And I put my money where my mouth is. I gave him $300. Ah, that's a good point there, Talented. Yeah, the 7-year thing is federal, for sure. What's even crazier is that before, like, what, 1980 something, credit rating didn't exist. Yes, he would have had to start doing this shit like a year ago, Talented. Right? To not be, like, out of time. Yeah, leaving all this shit to the last minute is really the biggest problem there. But he owns up to it. Like, to me, the entire, like, paragraph and description really does own up to the things he could have done better, which I think is cool. Doesn't solve the problem, but, you know. Just throwing it out there, though. He's a good dude. He's worth supporting. I think there's a better way he could do a, like, work exchange kind of thing. Like, he could be doing $20 code review. He could be doing a bunch of stuff like that. I believe he is in Michigan, yeah. Last time we chatted, he was in Pennsylvania, but I believe he's in Michigan now. I think it even says somewhere in there. Honestly, you could live with cats in a van. Like, that's kind of doable. But living in a van fucking sucks, man. I just want to point out, like, living in a van is not tenable. If you need, like, constant internet and stuff like that. I've done it. I've lived in a van. Yeah, I just don't like fucking Elon being the the one thing between me being employable and not. No, no, no. That's a really bad bet. I would not take that bet. Sure, maybe talented. Yeah, like these are things, these are options. I'm not going to dissuade anyone from doing it to make shit work. But having lived in a van, it's kind of obvious to other people that you live in a van. And that's not necessarily the best look working a real job. Shipping boxes as alternatives for food trucks. When you say that, do you mean like, are they glorified like shipping containers or something? Dude, there's a piece of property nearby that's like a sliver of land that you could buy for 40K, like done, right? And then pop up one of those fucking like Amazon houses on it. I looked at it though, and there's like a road that neighbors depend on to get to their property. The fact that it's up for sale is insane though. 1 second, hold on. I see your link. EcoBox. Oh, really talented. You tried to buy one of those fucking houses and it didn't work? That's lame. Dude, because, yeah, one of those Amazon houses, right? For like, what, 40 grand? I think they're even cheaper than that. EcoBox. We'll look at it real quick. You know, we got the time. Okay, so you're talking these. They're like modular housing instead. Oh, like one of these would be really nice. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yep. Yeah, looks cool. No, and I get that. I just think you need land to put these on. Right? Like, you can't put this on someone else's land. That's a terrible fucking idea. So, yeah, you need somewhere to put these things. Yeah, like 100%. I would consider doing one of these. Absolutely. If I bought that land. But also, then I'd have neighbors that are fucking pissed because they can't get to their house anymore. Yeah, dude just needs an apartment sorted out. But he can't do it because he has to, like, take the worst shit because he has this eviction on his record. That's the big problem. Yeah, there's a lot of really shady companies around all this shit. You know what I could do? I could just buy this bit of land and own it and then just charge people a toll to go through it to get to their own fucking house and then sell it to them on a premium. Yeah, you're tired of paying the toll? Pay me double what I bought it for. Fuck you. Right? Like, that would be shady, but these are people who are so rich that fuck them anyway. Right? They're like so rich but so cheap, they don't want to actually buy the thoroughfare that gets them to their home. Fuck them. Like, dude, nah, man. Fuck them. So yeah, I don't know. I've like heavily considered it. 40 grand on like a 30-year mortgage. I'd pay like $50 a month or some shit. Dude, that's insane. Oh, no, it's not 50. It'd be like a couple hundred a month. I bet I could charge them like a monthly fee to go through that property for more than that. Especially once I just cut it off and say, like, no, no, you can't go through my property. I own this. If I'm paying $300 a month, charge them $500. Fuck it. Cost of doing business, motherfucker. It's in like a really uppity area. Like, I got no problem charging rich people. If it was, poor people, I'd feel bad. Got to take into account insurance. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like property tax, all that shit. Absolutely. No, here's the thing. It's only as wide as a road. Like, seriously, this property is a couple hundred yards, like maybe 200 or 300 yards long, but like 40 or 50 yards wide. It's like wide enough for a road and like maybe 10 feet extra. Damn, that's rough there, Ray. Right? Like, could I build this thing, then build some property on it? Like, build something on it that allows them to get, like, through, but I still charge them, like, a monthly fee just to pass through? If I don't have anything on it, I don't care about the insurance of it, right? But if I do put something on it, yeah, insurance and all that. Right of way that forces me to allow them? Mm, yeah, that's a good point. That might be why the land hasn't sold yet anyway. Why, like, no neighbor decided to buy it and all that shit. So, yeah, I knew what you meant. Not right away, but right of way. Tomato, tomato. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Yeah, yeah. No worries. It's like a bone apple tea kind of thing. Bone for tuna. All right. Anyway, yeah, we're chilling. We're doing our thing. We're bullshitting. I do want to figure out what's a good way to start vibe coding a game. Like, I want to vibe code a legitimate Unreal Engine game. How do I do that? Yeah, let's keep Googling a little bit. GPT Codex. No. Sorry, no. Array of Hope. Absolutely not. I'm not going to use Codex or Claude Code or any of these things that are fundamentally tied to a cloud provider because I want to use a local model. The whole point is, how far can I get without paying thousands of dollars to these fucking cloud providers? Yeah, like, no. Anything using Sonnet or any of that shit is a no-go. I need something fully local where I can just leverage my Mac Mini. This is for a game. Games don't make money. No one's gonna buy my fucking... No, and it's fine. You don't know that. Like, I'm just letting you know. I'm being emphatic for effect. This is not a how dare you rhetoric. This is simply a, nah, man, I got ideas rhetoric, right? I'm having fun with it. So, yeah, allow me to have fun with it. This is not at the expense of you or anyone offering suggestions. The goal is, I just want to make a game I've wanted to make for years that will not make any money, so I can't afford any initial investment into it. Who the fuck is going to actually pay for a bankrolling poker player management sim? No one's going to do that. No. Specifically, this is, I want to build a management sim. The working title is Bankroller, where you start off as a poker player and you work your way up. And then eventually the second part of the game starts where you start managing other poker players and you start bankrolling them. And you have like limited things you could do to influence their success. You can fire them, you can hire them, you can give them a budget. But there's not much else you can do for that. But could you maintain a stable of, I don't know, 10, 20, 100 poker players that you're bankrolling that give you a cut of the profit? And there's more to it than that, but this is the basic gist, right? So think Football Manager simulation. Think any of the sports manager simulations, but poker player and bankrolling. Like that one movie of the crew of card geniuses. You're fucking talking about the one that's 21 where they're doing like counting of cards, which is not the same thing. No, not even close. This is going to be purely like Texas Hold'em and maybe like Omaha and some of that other shit, right? Like the initial MVP will be just Texas Hold'em. No, 21? No, 21 you're playing against the casino. Poker, you're playing against the other players. So instead, think about the movie Rounders. Yeah, do you A, sue them, shame them on Twitter, or hire someone to rough them up? Exactly talented. Like, that is exactly one of the scenarios that could happen. And the chances of them not paying you your cut are dictated based upon stats that each, like, poker player holds, right? So at that point, it's up to you. Do you want to hire this one brilliant fucking poker player who's just a fucking asshole? That's up to you. Is the return worth it until they decide it isn't? Well, that's up to you. That's you as the manager to do that. At some point, as the manager, do you run your own illegal casino as a way to like boost your profit? Again, I haven't thought through like the end game, right? The genius player who wants to share less because they don't need your stake, but they want to get into higher stakes games. So they need at least an initial investment, right? So like the contracts and things you work out with these people then become a thing. Yeah, like the idea would really, really be based on just like personality types and some of that shit. I think it could be a fun game that people might pay $5 to $10 for. There's no online aspect. It would just be a local game you play. Eventually, could we make an online version where you're pitting your characters against other ones or something? Like, I don't know. But yeah, version 1 would be fully offline. But I still think it'd be a fun fucking game, dude. I love the management sim kind of games. One of my favorite management sim games ever made was one of the ones where you are managing a band. And they need to play shows. They need to show up on time. Like, travel around town. They need to write songs, too. And, like, yeah, you try and make this band fucking go pro. I have wasted thousands of hours on games like that. And I would happily waste thousands more. Because I think they're a fun kind of game. Until you figure out some, like, cheese mechanic for it. And then, okay, well, whatever. But figuring out the cheese mechanic is part of playing the game, you know? I love figuring out my own cheese mechanic for a game. In the original No Man's Sky, I discovered with this one specific instance of the space station, they were always buying something at a premium that you could just buy easily from the vendors that just show up. So you could buy from them before they, like, technically sold to the space station. Technically, no, that should never happen. Like, the vendor shouldn't be selling for less than the station would buy for. But I was able to exploit that to buy the biggest and best ships, and I beat No Man's Sky in the way that I considered it being beat, economically, before they even did any of the expansion shit. I got 30 plus hours out of the original No Man's Sky and loved it when everyone was complaining. Because, dude, I care about aspects of a game that some people just don't give a shit about. Gaming clans, like, honestly, talented. If I were to build out a good simulation for poker playing, I would eventually maybe want to build out a simulation for, like, professional gaming, right? Like, professional gaming manager. Yeah, you need to hire teams for various games. They have, like, each player has specific stats. They also have, like, game-specific stats. But you know what? That one person who's really good at Singed in League of Legends actually makes a fantastic fucking some other thing, right? Whether they stream, like, blah, like, dude, sky's the limit for a management sim for that. Like a gaming team management sim. Oh my god, dude. None of these games are going to make me, like, fuck you money, but could they be profitable? Sure. Could we let AI code out most of that shit? I don't know. I'm pressing X to doubt that more than anything because I just don't trust AI for a lot of this shit, but we could try. And this is a good way to give it a shot without touching any of the things I actually care about. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Like, what could we do? Right? What is a way we could start just turning some AI loose on a project that I don't think could make money anyway, so I don't care about it much. In worst case scenario, we get it to a point where the MVP is actually fun to play, and I put some effort into making it real, right? Like real artists making stuff, real writers doing things, like, you know, real writers meaning me, versus just letting AI take the wheel, right? For like prototyping a proof of concept, while I work on other things that I think need a real human hand. Oh, so talented. Like, the whole goal would be I do this stuff outside of what we're working on here on stream. Like, it'd be something where we start the stream, we look at the results, we critique it, I give it some more prompting about the next features, we commit, blah, 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 turn it loose, and then we just keep doing my thing, which is building out these projects that need a real person behind them. Like the one we're working on right now. Yeah, the goal is, could I at least brainstorm and start kicking this thing loose? Yeah, it's a side quest. Absolutely. I'm not looking to change the general vibe of stream. I'm just looking to, like, do something extra with this GPU that I'm totally not using right now. A 24/7 stream? Yeah, maybe not. I could definitely see like a CM Griffing like off hours or something stream. I could see that. The vibe gripping stream? I don't know. Again, we're still brainstorming this part. No, and oh, hold on, wait. CMG beanie is not wrong. I could just take the beanie off and put it on like a stick or something. And then it's the beanie doing the coding. So CMG beanie would be the channel. Look at what the beanie coded. No, and that's what I get at talented, but it would have to be outside of, you know, when I'm gaming, when I'm doing my own stuff. Maybe the other way is to simply just let it run 24/7. Fuck it. I don't know. We're just simply thinking out loud. But we do still want to think about, yeah, how do we wire this up? What model makes the most sense? Right? How do we add another model? All right, so yeah, 13 gigs. I got room for 13 gigs. So we're going to download CodeStrel. Twitch showing you live channels on the side. Kaisenat, 62,000 viewers. Yeah. It's a different kind of channel, you know? Like, think about it this way, talented. The Primogen doesn't stream to software and game dev for the majority of the time he streams. The Primogen streams to just chatting at least 50% of the time. Because there's just a bigger audience over there. If you're only ever in this category, you're only ever seen by the 2,000 people that are actually in this category. So yeah, I get that talented. Like we're here in a niche. Niche channels, niche categories have a lot of like infighting for the viewership that actually seek that stuff out. Whereas instead, over in just chatting, people are looking for all sorts of new shit all the time. Like, dude, talented. Were you not aware that Kai Cenat got at least like charged with inciting a riot? Because he said he would be in some area giving away a free something or other, and thousands of people descended on the area. He basically incited a riot, I believe in like New York or something. I don't know what city it was. I don't remember. But like, dude legitimately has so many people watching him that he could incite a riot like that. That's a shitload of people, dude. Yeah, man. Dude, Thor used to have like 16,000 people watching him play games before the Mana Gem bullshit happened. And then for a while, he actually like bumped up to like 20,000 people watching him because he had a lot of hate viewers because of that. But just keep in mind, his numbers have tanked. Comparatively, he's still killing it at 6 to 10K. Right? He is still killing it at 6 to 10K average viewership. But that dude was fucking set. Like, he was fucking on such a meteoric rise that if he had just owned up to making a mistake, dude would easily be at the 20 or 30K. With like no extra effort, just being himself. But the thing that got him was being himself. He can't admit fault. Like, there are so many clips. Yeah, dude, he cannot admit being wrong. Like, ever. What the fuck, man? Like, that's some crazy kind of ego. Yeah, his ego got him. Did you see the one clip where he's like, whoever pulled that is getting banned? And then someone actually pulls up the clip and it's like, oh, hey, your spell actually pulled that. Well, it's not about who pulled it, all of a sudden. What? Come on, man. Own it. Be like, oh shit, really? I fucked up. Problem solved. But his ego won't let him own a mistake. The moment it was pointed out that he fucked up, well, no, that fuck up wasn't the fuck up that mattered all of a sudden. Right? And this is like months before the Mana Gem shit. There's a problem with that, man. There's a huge fucking problem with that. It's just funny that like that clip didn't get any notoriety until he fucked up on a way bigger stage. I don't know the dude. I've never even chatted with him. No clue. He might be a really nice dude in person. But man, dude fucked up so goddamn bad. Right? Just fumbled the bag. Right? It's like making it to the NFL and then doing the fucking Gary Sanchez butt fumble or whatever. Not Gary Sanchez, but you know who I'm talking about. There's like the one NFL quarterback that did the butt fumble. Dude could be the best quarterback in the world, and he'll never escape the butt fumble. Was it Buckner? I thought it was a different name, but okay, sure. There's at least that one quarterback that did the butt fumble. No, hold on. You're saying Buckner, like first base Boston, that's the baseball thing. This is a football thing. But yes, I agree. Yeah. Like, you could be the best player in the world at whatever you do, But that one mistake, you'll never escape it. Full stack developer, you have followed since 2023, January 11th. But yeah, no worries. Like, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I was like, wait, Billy Buckner doesn't sound right for the football guy. But for the baseball thing, yeah. He messed up that one thing, dude. And Buckner will never be allowed to forget about it. Hold on. If we just Google it, butt fumble, NFL. The butt fumble. Thanksgiving Day, right? Primetime television. Mark Sanchez. Not Gary Sanchez. Sorry, Gary Sanchez is what? That's the production company behind Will Ferrell and the director of the other guys. Right? Gary Sanchez Productions. That's Will Ferrell and the dude that directed Anchorman, etc. That's Gary Sanchez. Mark Sanchez is the butt fumble guy. In primetime television to an audience of over 20 million people, this dude fumbled because the ball collided with the buttocks of his teammate or something, right? Causing a fumble. This dude could have been, I don't know if he actually could have been, but he could have theoretically been the greatest fucking quarterback of all time, right? And it wouldn't matter because he did the butt fumble. That is Thor and the Man of Jam. He could have been the greatest fucking, mage in in World of Warcraft of all time. It doesn't matter. He did the Man of Jam thing. Nobody would have given fucking Tom Brady a second chance if he did the butt fumble. Doesn't matter how many rings he has. And it's not to say that they are that person, that they could have easily been that person, but even if they were that person, that is the greatest of all time, if you fuck up in a certain specific way, it doesn't matter how good you are. No one cares. And it's like a separate thing, right? Like Dan Marino, on paper, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all fucking time. But he never won a fucking ring. Or did he only win the one? I don't think he actually won a ring. I don't think he won. No, he did not win a single Super Bowl in his entire career. So he's never in the running for the greatest quarterback of all time, despite how good his other stats were. He holds numerous records and is regarded as one of the greatest, but he'll never be the GOAT because he never won a trophy. Like, it's weird, man. People have these strange fixations. Well, you can't be the GOAT if you never won a Super Bowl. You fucking kidding me? It's a team game. Like, come on, man. It's a team fucking game. He may have had a perfect regular season, and then they lost in the playoffs. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. Again, I don't know all of his stats. I could be totally wrong on that. I would believe it. I'd totally believe he had a perfect season, like didn't lose a single game in the regular season, and then still lost in the playoffs. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, he's just so damn good, but he just never had a team that could get him there. But he holds so many records. But when people talk about the greatest of all time for the NFL, he's barely part of the conversation. Which just shows, like, people care about results more than they care about numbers, you know? Ooh, Nolan Ryan, the Express, right? Like, did they ever win a fucking World Series with Nolan Ryan pitching? Despite how good he was? Nah, man. As far as I know, I don't know baseball much. I'm extrapolating at this point, based upon your comment. I do think it's really interesting, though. Damn right, ACM, but come on, take it easy. I'm not chugging here. Ooh, this might be my last Coca-Cola, though. Oh, God. Please let me have a Coca-Cola in this fridge. Shit. All right, let me go pee, but I am out of Coca-Cola. Fuck. All right, verified just now. I am out of Coca-Cola. I still got whiskey, so we can do whiskey and water, but man, Coca-Cola's better, you know? Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's try and set up a side vibe coding thing. Because I don't know if you're aware, we're basically done with the feature. Like, we're basically done with the feature we care about. Oh, maybe we aren't. Hold on. We got to fix the one bug we have. But I do still want to think about what would a local vibe coding setup look like. When I just realized music's a little loud. Sorry. All right, so yeah, Poker Manager will sit off there to the side. It's not like a big thing we're gonna do, but we do want to at least try and kick off some bullshit to make it work. And we don't have to do it today. It's something we could like brainstorm tomorrow. So in the meantime, hold on. Let's figure out if I create a new thing. That's our keyword. We want to match the whole word. And then I do that. And then we look at network. What went over the wire as we published a thing? That's a get for keywords. This is a get for keywords. Hold on. We're going to clear it. We're going to delete this one. Is whole word is equal to false because it didn't toggle to true? What the fuck, man? So hold on. Did we see an on change value for that? All right, so we'll delete that one. We're not seeing any log value when we toggle that switch. What the fuck, dude? The file is saved. On input, maybe? Dude, change should have worked. On toggle. Am I even on the right page? What the fuck, man? I know I've used Switch from this shit. I know it. Like, I've done it. Like, so we can do an on click, but it never actually changes. What the fuck is up with this input, man? On checked change. Oh. Would it be the end of the fucking world if they allowed any of these other inputs to work? Like, what the shit, dude? Okay, so yeah, that part actually breaks. We should have gotten a 400 because is whole word should be denied on that payload, but that's not the end of the world. If we just made it this. You're starting to like the portfolio? Cool. Yeah, sounds good. When you say portfolio, you mean like the styling of it? Yeah, that's a separate thing. I get that though. All right, so we pass whole word false. All right, so we're logging match whole word when we try to match the snippet. Um, all right, so something is off here. All right, we're seeing keyword value. Sure. All right, so we passed the value is whole word true to here, but I think on our back end endpoint that's doing that, I don't think we're actually passing the value. Nope, we're not. Yep, so that would be a big part of it. What's up? Can a banana dial? I don't know. Can it? Meanwhile, if I add foo, and we don't care about match the whole word, we see a bunch, right, eventually over time for foo, but ones that don't happen for foo. So yeah, we just weren't passing the value. Todo el mundo? Sorry, this is an English-only stream. There, a can of banana. The best kind. Now, the whiskey is Basil Hayden. No, just straight up room temp. Fuck ice. We're not friends of ice in this channel. Yeah, Can of Banana knows the joke I was making immediately anyway. That's fine. I get it. But no, dude, ice sucks. Ice is the worst. This is not an ice-friendly channel. Room temperature whiskey for days. Like a cooler room. But ice? Fuck ice. No thanks. With a jug of water that's been sitting here in the room for hours on end? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Do you see any condensation on the sides of this glass? Nah, man. Room temp. I just live in a state where room temp is reasonable. If I lived in the South, room temp would be like 96 degrees. That would suck. That would suck. But no, all my homies hate ice. In before the Gestapo decides to deport me from a country I was born in. A country my parents were born in, their parents were born in. Gestapo will be Gestapo. Can't stop them. Just so crazy to me how the people that clang, like, just were so adamant about the Constitution meaning something were so quick to abandon it. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, they have zero morals or things that they actually believe. Nah, they're just bought and paid for. Can of Banana, you're right. You're totally right, man. Exactly, Code Spent. Yeah, Can of Banana. Yeah, they are cowards. Yeah, for sure. Fucking cowards. Yeah, fuck ice. All my homies hate ice. All right, so now we got to test something. Nah, man, I don't even like cold beverages anymore. Nah, fuck ice. They ruined ice for everyone. Nah, man, I want room temperature everything. Your gut, your digestion actually prefers room temperature water. There's even that meme that goes around like the water fucking like subreddit, right? I forget the name, but yeah, dude. Ice water? Nah, fuck ice water. Ugh, gross. Dude, no, ice water is actually kind of bad for you. Drink room temperature water, man. Ice sucks. If you have air conditioning, you don't need ice. And that sentence goes way deeper than you think. Boom. Nailed it. Here's part of the problem. I've been left wing for so long. I have definitely like discouraged a bunch of right wingers from like chatting here in general. I am so curious how they feel about the current situation still. Like, Darren Baldwin, are you out there still? You remember when you pushed back on my hatred for right wing bullshit? How do you feel about it now? Do you still actually think what they're doing is good? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. But man, if so, okay. Maybe he shouldn't chat here anymore. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to post a real quick bullshit message just to make sure, right? Right, we don't see a single foo. Testing a thing. Please ignore. How do you feel about the Foo Fighters? Dude, the fact that we see it immediately. All right, so nailing it. Wait, where's my Foo Fighters message here? How do you feel about the Foo Fighters? Oh, here we go. There it is. How do you feel about the Foo Fighters? All right, so it works. All right. All right, we're in both. We're in both. We don't see anything else about the message, so we got to figure that part out. But all right, it's at least getting filtered correctly. based upon the thing we pass it. So we're storing the value. All right, so I will say we are close. The snippet that we're reading here is actually wrong. Like, we should get more messages, etc., right? So why is that a ... Damn, my stomach is yelling at me. And code spent, real quick. No, it does not pick up past posts. Now, and that's not something that I would actually care to resolve. Nah. Yeah, that's not a problem to have or need. Because, yeah, we're not storing all messages in perpetuity, so we couldn't scrape them. So, yeah, like Melted Fire. Is that something you would need? Because if it's in the past, you're past the point of actually responding to it in the moment. So, like, what value is there to knowing about it? I don't know. Yeah, that's... For what we're building, I don't think it has value. Yeah, no worries, Melted Fire. Like, all we do is we parse a message as it comes in based upon the keywords that you have, like, people have registered in that moment. And to do anything extra would be way too extra. I don't see any value to it. So yeah, Melted Fire. It's a good question, and we should probably put it into the frequently asked questions, and that's something we should definitely start working on here soon. So you're not wrong there. That's actually a really good bit of feedback. We should start really building out our frequently asked questions for the website. You're onto something. I like that. Yeah, you're really onto something. I like that. So here's something I think I'm going to take out of the Primogen's book. Eventually, I'm probably going to start making parts of Stream B Ask Me Anything. And then we can pop over to the Bullshit Just Chatting channel and ask me anything for a half hour. And then after the half hour, we switch back to software and game dev. Because we can expand out who finds value in the channel by like a half hour at a time. We can do it multiple times a day, etc. That does sound like a lot of work. Ugh. But we could still do it. We can make it happen, you know. It does seem a little bit like the category is dying. Like during COVID, we had a major like peak, like a major boost in the people looking for stuff in this category. These days it seems lower, right? Like discoverability is harmed. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . So we could do something different. I think a part of that would be having some vibe coding thing going on the side, so that when people ask about it, we got the vibe coding thing, it's kicking off, it's doing its thing, we do that shit. How about a different platform? J-Man, I stream to YouTube. It's a bit small. What other platform do you think would be good for coding? If you're going to say Kick, wrong. If you're going to say Rumble, fuck you. Yeah, no, I'm already streaming to YouTube. But discoverability sucks there. You have to build your YouTube presence not by live streaming. You have to build your YouTube presence by videos. People discover your channel and then they watch your live because of it. Not the other way around. Like Prime, Theo, etc., they will all tell you that. I am somewhat lucky. The people that have made it are still close enough that I could just ask them questions. And they would all just tell me I'm fucking up by not making regular YouTube videos. Because that's how their channels blew up. Not the other way around. Now, I've gotten thousands of views on my videos because I stream here and I promote those videos here. But no, to bring people into the channel, like, nah, you just gotta, like, make videos on YouTube. That's how you discovered Prime. Sure. So wait, I'm curious about that. You've been following this channel since 2024, and you made an account here on Twitch in 2024 as well. So my guess is you didn't even have a Twitch account until you discovered Prime, right? Yep. Yeah, so like Prime is actually a major bringer of people to Twitch. He's awesome that way. Like, yeah, it's really cool. He is single-handedly keeping this entire category alive. I think this category would have fallen way off without Prime, Theo, and Tej. I know, Glasses in the past has said, I keep the lights on. Only during COVID. Like, we're not in COVID anymore. Nobody's seeking out channels like this on Twitch. I actually credit Leon with a bunch of the growth in this channel more than anything. Not this channel, sorry, in this category. Does Leon stream anymore? He's done a cohort and he's done some stuff, but he's big enough that he doesn't have to anymore, and he can just do it via Discord. And I think he just does do it via Discord. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen it for a while. Let me just point out, Leon is so goddamn cool. Like, it's insane how cool that dude is. I've randomly seen him walking around when TwitchCon was in Vegas. And he's like, oh my God, dude, like, he had a thing to do. We just saw each other in passing, but he's like, let's hang out tomorrow. Let's get lunch. And we went and got lunch. Like, he wasn't just bullshitting. He's like such an earnest dude. That, man, he's just the best. He really is. And I met him at Render ATL, not this current year, but last year. Just hanging out, sat with him during Kelsey Hightower's thing. He's walking around Render ATL, and he's a fucking rock star at that shit. He can't go 10 feet without someone walking up and being like, oh my God, Leon, you changed my life. Like, he's just that cool, but he's still so down to earth. He'll hang out with a pleb like me that he's only ever chatted with on stream. Like, when he raided, you know? Like, we haven't even chatted that much. But he's just like, there's some, like, connection there. Like, he really does a good job of making everyone feel connected. There's something really, like, magical about his ability to do that. Yeah, Leon's the man. Like, there's no other way to phrase it. He's the coolest. And what's up, Damon, Mr. Sir? Yeah, we're chilling, we're ranting, we're chatting, drinking the whiskey, hanging out. Kind of my favorite part of stream. So nothing new. Same old, same old. Right? Yeah, for sure. Weezer style. Same as it ever was. This is a joke referencing earlier. That's not a Weezer song. That was a joke someone made earlier. I'm bringing it back. Proper comedian style. That's a callback. Raise your hand or say something if you're old enough to remember what that's actually from. Right? Same as it ever was. 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 That should have been, like, really obvious. Wow, Damon, are you really that fucking young? Oh, don't make me feel bad about this. How dare you? All right, at least Jason knows, right? He's got beard hairs that are old enough to know. No, just kidding. They're all brand new. They're all 4 years old. Whatever. Tomato, tomato. Damn, Damon, you were born in 1998? I'm almost positive that photo's from 1998. I'm almost positive. I'm pretty sure. Could have been 99. I think that's 1998. I'm pretty sure. Melted Fire graduated in 99. I graduated in 2002. So we're close. We're close. You probably have way stronger opinions about Nirvana than I do. Wait, Jason, I think I forget this. I'm older than you? God damn it. God damn it. You make me feel so goddamn old. God, dude. You've been able to grow a beard since before, like, dude, I could even try and grow a mustache. Hold on, Jason, were you one of those people that could grow a beard in high school? You started shaving in high school? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I plucked my mole hairs in high school. I didn't need to shave in high school. Dude, these lyrics fucking suck. Oh my god, come on. Not even just like the singing was bad, the lyrics were shit. I can fly like a bird in the sky. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? Who here has watched that show Louder Milk? There's a bit in that show Louder Milk. He's like a retired like music critic, and he's roasting someone, and he's like, hold on, wait, you're writing lyrics. Please tell me you didn't rhyme the word free with tree. At which point they're looking at what they wrote and they're like, no. And they scribble it out. Like, dude. Like, dude. It's just bad writing. Like, good writing on the show, bad writing in general for a song, you know? Please don't tell me you rhymed tree with free. No. As a person who has written shit lyrics, yes, me. Dude, that joke hit way too close to home. But yeah, Louder Milk was gold. I would say, I don't know. There's moments that suck. It definitely jumps the shark in season 3. Like, I'd say even like halfway through season 2. There are really good moments, and yeah, the moments went viral, right? When he's just yelling at some barista, nailed it. That is Louder Milk's best moments. But moments like that does not a show make. Yeah, exactly. Like, really good moments. It's a very quotable show. It's a very, like, you know, like, TikTok-y, like, clip a thing out of it kind of show. As an entire series, it does fall flat a bit. And I don't think the release of it mattered. Whatever platform they put it on, I don't think that mattered. I have no idea what they actually showed it on. Was it FX? Was it some other thing? Like, I don't know. It's free on Tubi TV now. Oh, so you have some feedback about Get Crackin'. You're trying to compare working directories, and it was not picking up the option to give you what? To compare the working directories? I don't think that's really something it's meant to do. Yeah, that's really just not its job. That's not something that they've meant to solve. But if it's something you want to see, we have feedback.getkraken.com. So I get it, Damon. I totally get it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use GetKraken desktop. I think it's a good tool. It doesn't solve what I need. Which is why I think I make a good developer advocate, because I speak on behalf of the devs that don't necessarily need it. We don't need to sell Get Kraken Desktop to people that already see the value of it. We need to sell Get Kraken the platform to people that don't need a desktop GUI. Right? The platform goes beyond just Get Kraken Desktop users, but they are our core target market. So if you're running into bugs with it, just let me know. Right? Like, dude, submit the feedback. Like, let us know. We can't possibly know everything everyone deals with. So yeah, Damon, please, like, create a bug for it, right? Give us all the context we could. Submit that shit. Yeah. Totally, man. I want it to work for you. What is the purpose of Get Kraken beyond the GUI? Team collaboration. Launchpad, right? Being able to visualize all the PRs and issues and tasks that you're assigned in one fucking view. Awesome, man. Have you ever worked at an agency where you work with GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, depending on the client for the project? And you're working on multiple of them at the same time? Oh my God, Get Kraken is like the only thing you can use that sees all this shit in one place. That's our fucking differentiator, man. Yeah, no, I get it. There's a lot of shit Get Kraken does. I think the desktop Git GUI is such a small part of it at this point. Yeah, I mean, so Mono, I appreciate that and I love it. Thank you so much. Keep doing so. Like, yeah, that makes me look better, but I don't think solo devs benefit from it nearly as much as people that work on a team at this point. Like, there are features that are really nice that solo devs can use, but our best features are team focused, in my opinion. Would some people at the company be bummed that I have this opinion? Maybe. They can't force me to think otherwise, and the moment they tried, they'd be losing the value I bring to the table, which is that of an actual fucking engineer. None of our actual engineers use Get Kraken in a significant way. That's a fucking problem. We need to be dogfooding our software way better. Like, way fucking better. Right? The people working on the CLI tool don't use the CLI. That's a fucking problem, man. That's a huge fucking problem. So yes, currently, I'm like the sole person within the CLI team that actually uses the CLI. And that's a bummer. There you go, Damon, right? Forgot you were even a part of it, but the moment you looked at Launchpad, you found it, didn't you? That's the value of Launchpad. You can find PRs that slip through the cracks. Like, dude, Launchpad is our #1 best fucking feature for teams. I wish I could use it more as a solo dev. I don't have any value for that because I don't make enough open source stuff that I encourage contribution to. I do make stuff like that, but I don't promote it, and we don't work on it often enough to like keep promoting it, but I should. There'd be a major reason to do that, for sure. But yeah, Damon, like, dude, Launchpad is our best fucking feature, right? Like, dude, you just realized value from it and you didn't even know about it 5 minutes ago. That's huge. That's fucking amazing. But that's what I'm getting at. Like, as a platform, Get Kraken has so much more value than just a Git GUI. For sure, man. Yeah, Damon. Like, let them know. Like, even for project managers, they can see what their team works on, right? Like, if you're looking at GitKraken, like, in the GUI, there's the PRs assigned to you and assigned to, like, you to review and do all that shit. There's a team tab where you can see all the shit assigned to the people in your team. And that goes way deeper, right? Project managers can take value from that. You don't have to ask what your team's up to. You can see it right there. Like, it makes your stand-ups easier. Oh, Damon, like, dude, there's so much value from Launchpad. It's our best fucking feature. There are other features we have that they think are team focused, like code suggest and shit. There's like another one. I don't see any value to code suggest. It doesn't solve a single problem I've ever had. No, and I get that, Damon. You're not wrong. Like, that is the easy lift. That's the biggest thing to, like, make people see, like, value immediately. I just think that's like the top of funnel into then realizing the value of GitKraken. So, yeah, you might discover and use GitKraken for just basic Git stuff, right? For visualizing basic Git. But oh my God, the thing that makes it worth paying for is so much bigger than that, right? And that's our job as product marketers at GitKraken, right? You could use Git Tower for basic Git shit. If you're a GitHub shop, you can use GitHub Desktop for basic Git shit. At some point, now, as a company, our differentiator is the stuff we do beyond that shit. Damon, I get that. No, you can get a lot of that value. Like, VS Code has a graph built into it. But it's not nearly as interactive as the graph, nearly as searchable and like other bullshit as the graph that we provide with GitLens. Right? And so does JetBrains. Like, all these things provide, like, some of the basics, but they never go deep enough to solve the problems that I think we are solving, right? The JetBrains merging stuff. So, hold on, real quick, iReal. We have a free AI promotion coming up at GitKraken. We have a free AI promotion, meaning like all of our AI functionality, you get absolutely fucking free, regardless of your like billing tier with GitKraken. So for the next week, I think it starts maybe on Monday. For the next week, you can use all of our AI features for free. And one of the coolest things is we have an AI merge tool. I would love to know how you feel about that merge tool. I just don't think what is it, like 4 days that we're giving this out is enough time to actually like run into that problem. But we have an AI merge tool that I've heard from at least one of our ambassadors, our best ambassador, that this is like, oh my God, this is an oh my God tool. This is a thing that's like, how could I have ever done anything without it kind of thing. So yeah, an AI merge tool, right? It solves all of the problems for me. Yeah, JetBrains definitely has features we're competing with. I agree. I would love to know how you feel about our AI merge tool. Give it a shot. If it doesn't solve your problem, that's fine. You're not going to offend me. I'd love to know how it doesn't solve your problem, and I can pass that feedback to the company. And that just makes me look better. So if you try it out, and if you have feedback, and you got shit that I need to, like, I need to pass on because no one at the company dog foods it enough to like understand the problems. Dude, you make me look good by allowing me to pass this shit to the company. So just let me know. Yeah, Mono. Again, I don't use the desktop app nearly enough. So I'm not sure. It is just an Electron app. I feel like you could just do Apple Shift R. No, don't say sorry. No, you're right. I should know the tool better. I'm the developer advocate for that tool. Technically. It's just not a tool I use. But you should be able to refresh it because it's just an Electron app. You know, like you should be able to toggle a refresh of whatever view you're in. Just using Apple Shift R. Is that not working? I'd be curious about that. It reloads the whole app. Yeah, but does that do the refresh that you were looking for? Is it more heavy-handed than you wanted? If so, right, like if you want some in between, just keep in mind, yeah, dude, feedback.getkraken.com is a place to propose things that aren't quite right. Would you like just a nice, easy refresh button? I'm sure we could think about a good place to put that, right? No, and I get it, right? Switching tabs is easy enough, but you can still ask, right? In that feedback, right? Create a thing like, I want a refresh button for blank, right? And phrase it that way. And in the description of it, like, I know I could do Apple Shift R to refresh the entire window. I know I could do, like, switching of tabs, but a refresh button would be really nice. Dude. Yeah, search for it, see if someone else has actually proposed it, and if not, then ask for it, man. Acorn, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. JD does dev. Cheers. How you doing? Yeah, Acorn, what's up? Yeah, howdy. Yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. I'm guessing Robotichead is even coming from the raid, because, yeah, you might have said hi earlier, but I get it. Acorn's a more fun stream to watch. I have no qualms. I agree. 1,000%. I apologize to Robotichead and Acorn for last Saturday. I had a little too much of the whiskey in me. I don't even remember going into a dungeon in the PAL world. I will promise you that I consume less whiskey on Saturday this week, if you guys want to hang out again and do some of that. I don't even remember going into a dungeon. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Like, the whiskey just went in the body, and the memories didn't. You know, like, yeah, shit. I had a blast. Just because I don't remember it, I had a blast. Yeah, you had fun too. I had so much fun. But I do promise to have less whiskey this Saturday if you guys still want to do it. Oh, JD, I didn't send you any texts. I don't pick up my phone when I'm hammered. This is a problem. This is a problem that I've had actual partners tell me about. I texted you. Where were you? I was shit-faced. Like, I don't know, man. I have no idea. No clue. Yeah, the whiskey even affected the capture device. I remember that part. And I even had the capture device die earlier today, too. And I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. The fact that I was able to get it back going again means I wasn't that shit-faced. Shit. I was fine, actually. The fact that I was able to give a view, dude. I was able to fix it in a way that worked. That means I couldn't have been that drunk. Shit. I don't know. Yeah, no, I probably was still. But whatever. Acorn, if you'd like to play games on Saturday, you're more than invited. Robotic Head, we'll figure out what game to play depending on who wants to show up. How'd your surgery go, though, right? Are you back home yet? And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? And yeah, again, how you doing, JD? Content warning? No. So you got home 30 minutes ago. Like, basically when you said hi. All right, nice. You're on some strong painkillers. Touche, touche. And then Acorn, yeah, what are you up to? What were you doing on your stream today? We did the shout-outs. I see Foony Yacht Vibe Coding Idea. That's your title. I get it. All right. What does that mean? You're making a yacht game? Like Lil Yachty? And JD, you've lurked. You're just busy the past few weeks. I get it. Making Foony from a yacht because, yeah, obviously Acorn deserves it. Yeah, for sure. Oh, it's a Yahtzee game. Okay. So I've never played Yahtzee. My only experience with Yahtzee is the movie Scary Movie 3. I don't know. I was just sitting here playing a game, and then all of a sudden I look down and Yahtzee! He stands up, hits his head, and passes out. That is my only experience with the game Yahtzee. I don't know. Me and the kid were just playing a game, and then all of a sudden I look down and Yahtzee! Bam! He stands up, hits his head, passes out. Dude, that's like the best Yahtzee joke I've ever heard, and I've never even played the game. I love Scary Movie 3, though. I actually put it above Scary Movie 2. Scary Movie 2 has really good moments. Like, you know, I can do it myself. Scary Movie 1, nah, you can't beat Scary Movie 1. But dude, Scary Movie 3, I consider better than Scary Movie 2. Just because it brought the Zucker brothers in. But they still didn't, like, totally own it to make it, like, as cheesy as they wanted, you know? And then, hold on, Acorn. Did the Seattle JS people, sorry, not Seattle, Cascadia JS people reach out to you? Because I'll push again if it's like a giveaway you want to do. You haven't heard anything yet? Okay. Yeah, I'll send a message just to be sure. You do see like DMs from X or whatever, right? But yeah, I'll make sure. I'll confirm. You don't check it every day? Okay. I'll do another reach out. And what is the best way for them to get in touch with you? Is X actually the right move? Are your DMs opened enough for them to meet, like, to reach you? That kind of thing. I just want to make sure. Just double checking. The Cascadia JS organizers are awesome. They're the best. Your Discord's the best way, but X is okay. All right. So I think that's the way they prefer on X, but I will happily let them know they can do otherwise too. For everyone from Acorn Stream, and Acorn included, we got this Cascadia JS message that is happening. If you are maybe in the Seattle area, or you could feasibly travel to the Seattle area in September, register for that giveaway that I linked. Let me know if you can't, because maybe I messed up the permissions, and I'm really, really, really hoping someone would let me know if I messed that up. Now I'm trying to find where that form is. Oh, maybe I lost the form. Shit. I thought I had a form for that. But yeah, just saying. We're doing a giveaway. They're allowing me to do a giveaway, and Acorn might be able to do a giveaway too if they reach out to them. Okay, looks like I have the tab. I just forgot where I put it. Oh, I see it now. All right. I've gotten one response. Thanks, person, for the one response. All right, so the form is working at least. Dude, my tabs are looking good, Jason. Come on, man. My tabs are looking really good right now. How dare you? Nah, you're not wrong. I get it. They've been way worse. We actually just went through the tabs like a month ago. Hunar. Yeah, I mean, Hunar, there is a giveaway for a ticket to Cascadia JS, but like Hunar, it's here in the Seattle area. Could you feasibly make it to Seattle? If the answer is yes, I'll give you the link right now. Like, absolutely. I will share that link. I'm pretty sure, though, Hunar, you're in the UK, right? I could have forgotten that. I could be misremembering. Oh, wait, 2 hours from Vancouver, like Vancouver, Canada. Oh, Hunar, absolutely, dude. Yeah, hold on. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, let me copy this for you. Yeah, you should totally register. Yeah, dude, there's only one other person. Your odds are really good so far. Yeah, let me just get you the link over on YouTube, Hunar. Yeah, my bad. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. All right, there you go, Hunar. Yeah, register for that, dude. Come on. All right, so Mr. Faberdev, you wish you had a database tool with the look and feel of GitKraken. Ooh, interesting. I think that's a hard problem to solve because of how many different databases there are. So yeah, probably not a problem we want to solve, but good feedback. Okay, so Mr. Faberdev, Damon is recommending Data Grip on JetBrains. Okay. Wait, who subbed just now? Thank you so much. Oh my god, you're the best. Damon, thank you. You got an ad and you couldn't deal with it. I get it. Nah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. For everyone coming into the raid, coming in from the raid, etc. Hunar, yeah, September's maxed out for you. I get it. Nah, no worries. Just wanted to share. That's all. It's pretty close, though, Hunar. Like, you know, the travel might be easy. Double check it. Up to you. Ooh. Hi-oh. Hi-oh. It's basically Friday, though, so yeah. Thank you, Acorn, for the raid. Happy to play any games you want. Just let me know. Could be tonight, could be tomorrow, could be Saturday. Oh, yeah. We're drinking the whiskey right now. Oh, it's a fair bit of whiskey. We're at 8:20 p.m. I am thawing some beef, so I should probably just, like, cook that beef for dinner. Tomorrow, I'm thinking burgers. I could easily just do Indian food. So tonight, we got dinner figured out. Tomorrow? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know about tomorrow. All right. Anyway, so thank you again, Acorn, for the raid. Everyone coming in, raiders, welcome. How you doing? Indian try Malai kofta. Nah, like I got an Indian food place nearby. One place that I've heard is reviewed as like some of the best Indian food here in the Seattle area, which makes a lot of sense because I live in Redmond, which has a major Indian contingent of people that work at the office. I'm curious about how the 9,000 laid off affects what we're dealing with here. Morbidly, I hope it drives down fucking rent. Messijo. Is that English? Or sorry, no, is that Italian? No, it's English. So, Pa Rappa the Rappa. Here is the description of the project. I'm worried about how the 9,000 laid off would affect my butter chicken. Yes, 1,000%. Yep. Yeah, you got it. There is a new Indian food place opening up, like across the street. They're actually already open. And I'm curious about that. I'm curious about the new place. So I do need to check it out here soon. But we'll see. We'll see. Wait, Bob, what is serious second order thinking? Like a second order of Indian food? I haven't even placed the first order yet, but you know, whatever. I get it. Yeah, what I'm actually curiously like wondering is what is going to be the effect of ice on Microsoft, man. Like, there's got to be some pay to play bullshit. Like, why are they only targeting the poor people? Yeah, there's just something wrong. There's something rotten about the entire fucking motivation of this shit. And there's a definite pay to play. If just the fucking technology oligarchs would stand up to this fucking bullshit rather than doing the pay to play. Oh, Bob. Yeah, like that fucking dude, right? The asshole. That one fucking asshole. You know what I'm talking about, right? They're the person that was probably literally rationalized against, right? Their name starts with a Y, right? Yassine. Yeah, fucking Yassine. They fucking suck. I still don't think it's justified to fire them 1 week before they vest. Like, that's fucking wrong. That's just not cool. I hate that person. I blocked the fuck out of them, and I never want to hear anything they ever have to say again. I still think they got done dirty. Like, I fundamentally dislike that person. They are shitty. They are the worst. They are the fucking worst. And anyone that gargles that dude's nuts is a fucking problem. Right? The fact that Terminal joked about trying to hire that dude. I don't even drink coffee, but I would never, ever, ever buy coffee from that company ever again if they hired that asshole. Like, I don't have to like Yassine to recognize that he got done dirty. He got done dirty. Like a week before his stock vested. That said, I never, ever, ever, ever want to work with an asshole like that. Like, he has zero place in any industry I want to have a part of. Because fuck that dude. That dude sucks. That dude is the shittiest human being I can think of at this point. He got fired from X like a week before his equity vested. Yes. Yeah, for sure, man. But that dude sucks. I still think he got done dirty. Because I have actual morals and ethics that I abide by. Yeah, Yassine fucking sucks. That dude sucks. He is the worst human being I can think of. Besides, like, Elon, right? But god damn it, man. Like, I will defend his rights as a human being. No, I'm literally talking about Yassine. I'm cursing his fucking name. That dude sucks. But he doesn't deserve to be fired a week before investing his stock. Like, that is so much more shady. It's just funny that he would be championing some company's ability to do this if it was someone else other than himself. Right? Because that dude doesn't have any morals. He has zero fucking ethics. He has zero fucking principles. He's all in it for himself. right? Like, fuck that asshole. He sucks. He would be fucking laughing at people that this happened to if it wasn't him, right? Because he has no fucking morals. So I heavily question any single fucking person or company that thinks that dude is worth championing. Like, dude. Dude, no, I see all this shit, DT Code. Like, do you not realize that I'm plugged in, man? I'm fully plugged in. No, so that's tough there, dog, right? Like, static and dynamic typing are certain things. Elixir is actually strong typing, but it's not static typing. There's like a middle ground for all this shit, right? Between dynamic and static. Elixir is technically a strongly typed language, but you wouldn't know it because you can assign shit to the same variable name and who cares? But it is actually aware of the types as it's doing things. No. So, hold on, dog. Like, there's a big difference, though. Right? You can like types and still be okay with dynamic typing. I do have premium. I canceled it, I canceled my Twitter premium subscription on, election day, basically. But I'm still waiting for that, year-long subscription to run out. I think it runs out in a couple more months. And no, I'm not renewing. No, fuck that asshole. But I paid a year at a time to save money because fiscally responsible, you know. QVVVC, that seems vaguely trolly. Let's look at it. Hold on. How long you been following the channel? You don't. How many messages have you posted in the channel? 5. And you said the same exact fucking thing last time you chatted. Dude, you're a fucking troll. Fuck off, troll. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking rage baiter. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Fuck entirely off. To another planet, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking QVVVC. Fuck entirely off. Right? Dude. Take an entire potato up your ass, please. The big ones. The ones with the gnarls that are starting to grow shit. Fuck off. Dude. What a fucking troll. Dude, some people just suck too much. I believe they even brought this same, conversation out the last time we were saying fucking Elon sucks, you know? I'm almost willing to bet that's the context in which they brought it. Elon, is that you? Come on, dude. Fucking A. Come on, Elon. Are you just lurking random Twitch streams at this point? That's sad. That's really sad. Come on, Elon. You're better than that. Form a legitimate opinion rather than just, bringing out the fucking troll accounts. Shit. DT code. No. Pro whatever. X.com. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. No. Nobody should do that. I'm going to delete it. No, thank you. Nobody should be paying for Twitter Pro at this point. I'm going to tell you right now, like, you're not given anything special by paying for Pro. Nah, man. It does nothing for you. You don't get any extra visibility. There's no value to Twitter Pro. It's fucking worthless. It's the worst fucking thing. Like, dude, I regret paying any money to that fucking grifting asshole. And my last name is Griffing, right? I should theoretically be okay with people grifting. I'm not. Nah, fuck that grifter. Hell no, man. Don't give him your money. Nah, man. Elon fucking sucks. Fucking Emerald Mine fucking charlatan. Just like, dude, pretends he's one of us. No, he's a fucking Nepo baby. He's not a real human being. He's a fucking Nepo baby who never would have seen success without his fucking rich-ass Emerald Mine parents. You know? Nah, man. He's like fucking, what's his name? Hold on. He's like, what's his name from fucking Pacific Rim? Are you gonna tell me that the dude from Pacific Rim is a good actor and he deserved every chance he got? No, dude. Nepo baby. Fucking Eton College Nepo baby. Dude's one of the worst actors of our generation. Yeah, DT Code. No. All it does is promote people making the worst fucking takes. Just to get engagement. Dude, it sucks. It's really bad. Yeah, Twitter is made so much worse because of the Nepo baby that owns it right now. It actually had merit, right? Post something that matters, and it would get seen by people. Now? Nah, man. Nepo baby shit. Elon's the fucking worst. Here's the thing. He could have been literally fucking Tony Stark instead of phony Stark. He could have actually, like, saved the world. He could have done actual things that matter. But he didn't. He didn't. How old is he? He's like 40-something now, right? He's got another 40 years to make up for it. And he's not even doing a good effort towards that. He's got another 40 years to save his name. How many think he's actually going to do so? Dude, DT Code. The entire X platform promotes brain rot. No, I disagree with both of y'all. X itself promotes brain rot in such a way that's insane. Like, it's worse than TikTok. He has fundamentally altered the algorithm in such a way that, like, dude, it's more brain rot than anything else. Because it's not just populist driven. It's promoted, like, he promotes the shit that he gives a shit about. And he skews things towards the shit that he cares about. Like, it's a fucking man-child skewing things towards what he believes. Nah, man. Dude, X is actually way worse Like, way fucking worse, dude. I don't disagree with your statement. I simply disagree with the premise. Yeah, Blue Sky kind of sucks. Not because Blue Sky sucks in general, but because Blue Sky has a bit of its own echo chamber. But also, it just doesn't have the incentives, right? Because they have zero algorithm. Blue Sky needs to start like promoting other services that have an algorithm so that you can actually like gain value from their algorithm, right? Because Blue Sky has zero algorithm. It's almost like you have zero value for posting to Blue Sky because you're just within the same fucking echo chamber of the people you follow and the people that follow you. To break out of that fucking echo chamber, you have to use hashtags. And a lot of social media has trained us that hashtags are worthless. Because the algorithm should be able to do better. If you want to make it on Blue Sky, you have to use hashtags, and it feels like very old school. I'm not saying Blue Sky should adopt an algorithm. They should be promoting things that have an algorithm. Right? From a usability perspective. I don't want to have to follow 10,000 fucking people just to see a thing. I don't even know how to follow a fucking hashtag. How do you do that on Blue Sky? I don't fucking know. Maybe it's a thing that you can do, but no thanks. That's just so much more effort. Just give me the shit I want to see with as little effort as I need to put in based upon the people I follow. There's something that Blue Sky could do to be way fucking better. But they refuse to do so. Because they don't want to have an algorithm. You know? At some point, they have to start endorsing algorithms that aggregate their content. At which point, yeah, they're no longer fully neutral because they're endorsing algorithms. But god damn it, like, could they have one? Could they do anything? Could they do anything to make it discoverable for a fucking normie? Blue Sky will not be accessible until it's accessible by normies. And it's just not accessible by normies, right? Normies can't find the shit they want. They can't see anything they want by default. They got to like do a bunch of extra shit. I get it, DT code. It could be a thing on Blue Sky. It could be a thing on Blue Sky. Keep in mind, Guillermo is very right-wing, so he'll defend Twitter till the cows come home. Whether he's literally right-wing, the content and tweets he makes lean right. I don't want to get too fucking political about it, but if you go look at his tweets enough, you'll recognize the dude leans right. So why would he support Blue Sky? He doesn't believe in it. It's not his fucking political jam. I bet the dude has a fucking Truth Social account, actually. Dude, I'd bet money the dude has a Truth Social account. That's like a big reason to never use Vercel again, but, you know, I got shit I need to solve. If I can actually just use up free resources of his, that's actually me sticking it to the man. I don't have to like the dude to use his service. Technically, using his service costs money. We should all use as much of his free service as we can without giving me a credit card. Yeah, come on. By abstaining from some of these assholes, you're saving them money. You know what? If you disagree with someone who owns a platform, operate that platform in the worst fucking way. Right? Malicious compliance. Yeah. As long as the people that operate that free software fucking suck. For the people that are cool, maybe be nice about it. But yeah, exploit the people that suck. Dude, come on. Let me go pee. Sorry, BRB. All right, so here's the biggest thing. Right? Use the free tier and max out that free tier of companies and people you don't like. If you like a company or you like their politics or whatever, right? A person who owns a company, etc., pay them for it. But don't pay a company that you dislike. Just max out their free tier, and the moment you're beyond their free tier, move on. That's like the best way you can fucking like stick it to the man. Free tier wise, yeah, use as much Vercel as you can. The moment you're profitable, yeah, move to a company that's actually cool. Problem solved. Use as much free tier Vercel as you can. Stick it to that asshole. No, I don't necessarily dislike Vercel. I have friends that work there, and they're super cool. I've heard some things that make me dislike them from what I've heard from people that work there, and I won't go into any other detail. But also, just simply, I don't like some of the political bullshit Guillermo Rauch has done with his platform as the owner of Vercel. So I dislike Vercel because of Guillermo Rauch at this point. He has used his platform to to promote some political bullshit I fundamentally disagree with. Like, fuck that dude. Does this mean I'll never get a job at Vercel? Oh no, woe is me. I'm okay with it. No, thank you. If anyone merges Ex Libre, I will be pursuing a code of conduct violation against them. This is about politics, not just software. Okay. And that's fine, Zen logic. No, just simply recognize, if you lean left, Guillermo Rauch does not. And he has supported some shit that is so opposite of people that lean left that, like, dude, the dude sucks. I'm just going to throw that out there. The dude fucking sucks if you lean left whatsoever. If you don't, that's fine. All right. You might actually endorse it. But just recognize that Vercel fucks people regardless of their political leaning because they're a shit platform too. If you go over your billing budget, they don't give a fuck until you make a stink. Whereas AWS also sucks, right? Like, dude, Bezos. But AWS knows that if they burn you, you'll never use them again. Vercel is a middleman, right? They're just reselling fucking AWS. So they're still on the hook to AWS for whatever bill you incur on their behalf. Right? So then, Vercel is simply a fuck you, pay me kind of platform until you raise enough of a stink that someone figures it out. No, I get it, DT Code, I get it, Zen, right? The number one thing is to recognize that Vercel does not give a fuck about you as a customer. They just want your money because they're a middleman. They already paid AWS for the services that you used on their behalf. The only time Vercel is going to forgive that shit is if you go viral. Whereas at least with AWS, if you're just using AWS at the core, they have an incentive to forgive you. Because if AWS burns you, you'll never use AWS again. Right? And like the one bill that they forgive is going to pay itself back within 40 to 50 years of your usage. Right? Like AWS is playing the long game. Vercel can't afford to do so because they're a middleman. That's the bare, like, the absolute basics without any fucking propaganda or politics or anything else otherwise, right? That is just the pure fucking, like, bare-ass metrics of it. That's the pure fucking, like, accountability of it. Vercel is just a fucking middleman. Right? Whether your usage of Vercel is legitimate or not because you got hacked or some other bullshit, someone DDoS you, whatever, AWS doesn't give a shit because Vercel is operating from a single account. And yeah, no, as AWS, Vercel, pay me money. If you're using AWS with your own account, dude, 6 to 10 grand, maybe even 20 grand on AWS, they will actually forgive all sorts of shit because they know if they burn you now, they don't have you ever again. And over the course of your lifetime, they will more than make back that 20 grand, that 30 grand, that whatever, right? And here's the best thing about AWS. That 20 grand that they're eating, dude, they can write that shit off. You're giving them a fucking tax incentive. Whereas Vercel, still, like, it might be a tax incentive for them, but they still owe the fucking tax collector. And the tax collector is actually AWS, not the IRS. Yeah, like, dude, AWS knows, and also, like, their customers are so close to, like, what they do that burning one customer is a compounding effect that goes so far into the future that, like, the money lost is way more than the money they could just write off as a tax loss. Whereas Vercel can't do that because they're a fucking middleman. That's the biggest thing, right? That's the thing to recognize between Vercel and AWS. Do you just want to host a thing? You could put in a little bit of effort and just host it on AWS, and you probably should. Do you want to put in a little more effort to make it like agnostic of the cloud provider? Then use Pulumi or SST, and you could probably like solve that problem and fill in the gaps later when switching providers pretty easily. But Vercel? Dude, you built a thing that operates on Vercel's infrastructure with their APIs? Dude, you are so fucking vendor locked. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, Vercel can just fucking ram it home. And you're sitting there. You're just taking it. Yeah, dude, I am just so anti-Vercel. I got friends that work there. I've heard some shit about it where, yeah, I don't think I'd actually ever want to work there myself anyway, so that's fine. At least one person I've heard say a thing that doesn't sit right to me, and I can't say what it is. I can't tell you any more about it because this is privileged information, but dude, I've heard some shit. Vercel would have to pay me so much more than any other organization for whatever role I would fit within to make it worth it. Like, dude, Vercel is actually, like, evil, in my opinion. Like, Vercel is literally evil from my perspective. Doesn't have to be from yours, but from my perspective, Vercel is literally evil. For the right price? I mean, dude, at some point, if I am taking money from a company, am I taking more than the value I'm giving? Then yes, I am fucking working that company. If Vercel wants to pay me $500K a year, with the stipulation that I could simply say, like, nah, man, you shouldn't use Vercel for what you're doing, like, technically, they could fire me for it. But it wouldn't be a justified firing, you know? So they'd still have to pay fucking unemployment insurance. If I could work at Vercel and make $500K a year, I would take that paycheck as long as they'd give it to me. There's nothing requiring me to say that they're the best deal. Like, no, you know what? Like, that's the thing. It would be up to the contract. If part of my contract is I can never say anything negative about Vercel, I wouldn't. But I would say so many more positive things about any other competitor. And they couldn't sue me for that. Like, if they had it in the contract I couldn't talk about competitors, like, no, I wouldn't take that contract. Like, dude, that'd be so easy. But if they wanted to pay me $500K a year, I'd probably take that paycheck for as long as I fucking could. While still not being a fucking asshole about it, you know? Like, you would get the absolute honesty from me. Yeah, what do you need? Should you host it on Vercel? I don't know, man. There are other providers. If it's in my contract that I can say those other providers, I just simply say, like, I bet you could Google it. Like, I don't know, man. This would be like a malicious compliance kind of like employment. In general, dude, I fundamentally hate Guillermo Rauch's politics. Fundamentally. I question all the people that work for that company at this point. I know at least 3 people that work at that company that I don't think embody the politics that Guillermo has. So they are able to separate that shit. I would be less able. But if they want to pay $500K a year, I could collect it for a while. If I made it 6 months, I'd make it more than an entire year at another company. Like, dude, if they want to pay $500K a year, I could buy a fucking house. You know? Like, holy shit balls, dude. I could just buy a house. But can we recognize that we know people that work at Vercel? And we know how they lean and how they think. And they just do the same thing. They separate themselves from the mentality of the dude that owns the company. Are they wrong for doing so? No, they got families to feed, they got shit to do, and they're working on fun projects and problems. They're not faulted for doing so, and to do so, like, to make them feel that shitty about it, we're not at that point yet. But man, I think we're getting close. Like, I'm at a point where I don't think I would hire anyone that ever actually worked at Vercel. But I'm not hiring anyone, so it doesn't matter. I want people that have fucking ethics. People that have morals. I would care more about their ethics and morals in the interview than their technical chops. For sure. 1000%, man. Is it any wonder I don't run a business right now? No. No, I get it. You're not wrong. I'd like to run a business with this level of social conscience. And I think it's possible. Will it become a unicorn? Probably not. Probably not. You know what? I could sleep at night. And I'll know for a fact we'd never hire fucking Yassine. Dude, I am so disillusioned with every single fucking person that was like, well, I'd hire Yassine. I'll hire Yassine. Like, dude, every single company that said so, on my shit list. No, thank you. Nah, I'm good. They have no morals. They have no ethics. I get it. That's fine. It's a product I don't need to use. Terminal.shop's lucky I don't drink coffee anyway, so I'm not a customer of theirs. I would drink Starbucks immediately if I saw their tweet about hiring Yassine. I'm so disillusioned with Prime at this point. Because he platformed Yassine. Dude, that asshole fucking sucks. Fuck that dude. I don't like people giving that asshole a platform. Fuck that dude. Ooh, Mr. Faberdev. Yeah, it sounds like a repo you could install. I think technically there's a better way to do it, but I won't stand in your way. That sounds fucking awesome, man. Dude, the unhireable list, the shit list, if you will. You seen the dude that's being memed about right now that works at like 6 different companies? Like, yeah, no, fuck that dude. Dude, there are so many of them. Oh my god. Yeah, the unhirables. That shit's a meme, but also the fucking truth, you know? The unhirables. Anyway, yeah, we're ranting, we're raving, we're maybe getting code done. Eh. We'll see. Oof. Hold on. We see the true, we see the false. Yeah, we know that our log is now accurate. So let's go remove that. So we can actually like read our logs again. And yeah, so Mr. Faberdev, if you've never published your own, NPM package, this could be your inspiration to do so. It's actually really easy. It's easier than you thought. If this is your first one, it makes your next one easier. So yeah, dude, do it. Dude, sounds amazing. Fuck yeah, dude. Will it get downloaded? Will it get installed? You don't have to care. You still made something. It still exists now. That sounds cool. I like it. So yeah, dog. 34 minutes ago. Appreciate you. G Abyss. Thank you for the follow 6 minutes ago. Anyway, yeah. We rant, we rave, we do our thing. Who gives a shit? Whatever. All right, so hold on. Wait. Someone just replied to a tweet I made. I know, it's where the devs are. God damn it. Would I prefer these comments to happen on Blue Sky? Obviously, yeah. Someone just pointed out something is definitely off with Twitch lately. The Coppinger, is getting locked out, etc. What the fuck, dude? Why the fuck is the Coppinger locked out? What? Like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, oh my god. The Cop is the Coppinger. The Cop is a streamer that used to stream in this category. He's an indie hacker from Australia, and he is super fucking cool. Like, he's like a legitimate dude. He's a dude you would love to just have a beer with, you know? Because he's just that cool. He took a couple years off. He did some random stuff. Like, you know, he did some stuff. He moved. He did other things. But, yeah, we haven't seen him stream. I think technically because he's fucking locked out. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why would he be locked out? The only guess I can think of is he tried to get a job at Gumroad, and he deserved the job at Gumroad. Like, dude, he's good. He's a good fucking designer. He's like a really fucking good designer. I've worked with him on one of Rock's Codes projects. And he made the bullshit that I hacked out actually look good. Now, technically, I put in all the fucking work for that project. In a way that Rox didn't acknowledge. But you know what? Dude, Coppinger made that whole fucking thing actually usable. And yes, I know it was part of some, like, hackathon bullshit. I'm a little bummed on Rox for not shouting out and doing the right thing by the people that put in the work. If I'm being honest, Rox is a good dude, and I like him. But he's so close to, like, the predatory fucking CEO, like, vibe with a bunch of the stuff he's done that it bums me out. I'm not saying I'm not a fan, but he could do better. I think we all expect Rox to do better, right? Yeah, just being honest. Just saying, just setting the stage for the conversation we're having right now. Yeah, could I be better too? Dude, I could be way better. I could drink less whiskey. God, that'd be so much better. Well, hold on. Would I be less of an asshole? No, I'm kind of just an asshole. That's actually me at my core. I'm actually just kind of an asshole. No, I get it, Bob. Yeah, like, Gumroad is so fucking bullish on AI that it's not a company you want to actually, like, work at. Nah, you don't want to. You really don't want to work at that company. Nah, dude. Sahil, I believe is his name, actually seems like a total fucking dickhead. You don't want to work at Gumroad. I don't think most people want to work at Gumroad. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's actually like a bad step in your career to do so. Because you're just a contractor. You're not, like, fulfilling any fucking need, and he will cut you loose as soon as he fucking can. Right? And his entire career has led to that. Like, every single statement and decision Sahil from Gumroad has ever made, he doesn't give a shit about labor. No, you're just fucking labor. You're just a fucking number to him. Yeah, no, that dude kind of sucks, actually. You're not wrong, Lightspeed. There are people that are cool, man. Who are they? Oh, dude, I couldn't name them. You show me all of the CEOs, every single one, and we could at least find one that's less of a dickhead. Yeah, Bob, you're not wrong. Most people kind of fucking suck. I wish reality was better. Dude, Lightspeed. No. No, definitely not. Dude wrote out, like, dude tried to rent the entirety of fucking Venice. Is that something a cool person would do? Nah, man. Nah. Nah, dude. Nah. A lot of people fucking suck. Can we recognize that there are cool people out there? You normally just don't know their name, though. Oh, Bezos shouldn't have ever been a doubt. He should have always been in the brand shit list. Come on, dude. No, that dude is such an absolute fucking dragon hoarding his gold. Like, dude, nah, man. If they're a billionaire, they probably suck. Statistically, just very easily. It's like a 99% thing. If they're a billionaire, they're a fucking asshole. The one I can think that maybe is less of an asshole, I'm not saying they're not an asshole. Right? The owner of the Mavericks, right? That dude. You know what I'm talking about. Fucking, he's like the anti-Bezos. You know? You know who I'm talking about. Come on. Someone out there, they know the name, right? He's like the anti-Bezos. He's got billions, he buys a sports team, but he's still kind of just a dude, you know? Y'all actually know who I'm talking about. Come on, you know he's cool. I could say the name. The fact that no one's guessing it, ooh, yeah, there you go, Bob. Yeah, Mark Cuban. Is he a fucking saint? No, he's not a fucking saint, but he's better than every single other billionaire I can think of. That's kind of fucking cool. Right? Like, think about that. That dude is so much fucking cooler than every other billionaire you can think of. Name a cooler billionaire. I dare you. I actually want to know. Yeah, Jacob over on YouTube. Yeah, Mark Cuban. Yeah, you have the delay. I get it. But yeah, Mark Cuban. He is the coolest fucking billionaire we can all think of. He actually seems like a dude you could have a drink with, even. Right? Name a cooler billionaire. I dare you. Not fucking Oprah. Like, dude. Paul Graham? Yeah, what has Paul Graham done lately? Is he representing the will of the masses in some way? Is he like just a cool dude? Like, what is he invested in that makes him cool? Paul Graham might be it. Yeah, he might be cooler. I just don't know. I don't have the context. Yeah, watching interviews, it's hard to tell. I'm saying just like, look at their actions. Mark Cuban seems really fucking cool based on his actions. Bill Gates seems really fucking cool based on his actions. Yeah, billionaires are hard to justify. There are very few that are actually fucking cool, you know? Millionaires? Nah, there are plenty of cool millionaires, but they're like a couple orders of magnitude down from the billionaires. Like the orders of magnitude that matter, right? How many cool billionaires can you think of? It's not Kanye. It's not anyone running any of the major corporations right now. Selena Gomez might be a legitimate billionaire, but how's she using her money? Is she just hoarding it like a fucking dragon? She's no better than Jeff Bezos at that point, you know? What's she doing with those billions? Exactly. I'm not saying Mark Cuban is a fucking saint. No, dude. You can't be a saint and be a billionaire. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. You can't be both at once. But is he the coolest billionaire we can think of? I challenge you. Who is a cooler billionaire than Mark Cuban? I have no idea who Mark Tilbury is. Dude, Mark Cuban does so much cool shit, dude. Like Crazy Chicken. Like, you're not even wrong, dude. Mark Cuban does so much cool fucking shit. Like the drug pricing thing. Like, he uses his money, at least portionally, for good. What the fuck has any other billionaire done? Including Richard Branson. Like, especially including Richard Branson. Dude. Right? Like, Bob, what the fuck has Richard Branson done for society at all? Nothing. That dude's a fucking dragon as well, just sitting on their hoard of wealth. Richard Branson and fucking Jeff Bezos, I'm pretty sure share the same fucking lair as dragons, you know? Richard Branson? You've heard Richard Branson is cool? I have not heard that. I've heard the exact fucking opposite, actually. I'm so curious about what you think makes him cool. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to, like, you know, hey, how dare you? I'm really curious. What has Richard Branson done that makes him actually cool? I'm so curious about that. Like, what has Richard Branson done that is legitimately cool, right? Like, non-dragon sitting on their hoard style. He made cool planes. He didn't do that for fucking fun. He did it for profit. Nah, dude. He did that to make his planes better. He did that to make a profit. He didn't do that to be a cool person. Fuck no. Sorry. No. Nope. Doesn't count. Lightspeed. That's like saying Jeff Bezos bought out the entirety of Venice to pay these people for their time. And, like, that's cool of him, right? No, that's fucking dragons sitting on their hoard of wealth bullshit. And we should all actually drag them out into the streets because of shit like that. The fact that you can rent an entire fucking city, that's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem, dude. Yeah, Lightspeed. No, you're not thinking about any actual human being. You're thinking about the representation of that human being. There you go, Crazy Chicken Head. All right. So, yes, he has done something at least. He's done more than fucking Jeff Bezos, right? So I'll accept that, right? When we look at the dragons that are hoarding their fucking wealth and the value they provide to society, it's not about the amount of wealth they own, but the amount of value they provide to society. Yeah, dude, Mark Cuban, top of the list. Very, very further down, Richard Branson? Sure. Beyond that, all of them are a net, like, negative, right? What the fuck has Bezos done for homelessness? I'm so curious about that. I haven't seen shit. I haven't seen anything. Are you equating what Bezos has done with what his wife has actually done after divorcing that asshole? Because that's not the same thing. Those are not the same thing. You cannot say Bezos has done this because his wife took the money from him and made it happen, right? Now, you can't listen to anything Musk says. That dude's a patented liar. Like, dude, nothing he says is truthful. We're going to have self-driving cars in the next year, he said 15 years ago. Dude, don't listen to anything that asshole says. Come on, man. Fool me once, fool me 15 times. Oh my god, like, I might be a fucking idiot. Your fully self-driving is pretty amazing, though, in circumstances. The moment you hit a circumstance that it doesn't solve, it turns itself off and you just wreck. And it wasn't the fully self-driving part's fault because it turned off. Dude, every single fucking metric about Tesla FSD is shaded by the fact that it just turns off before an actual problem happens. So it wasn't the FSD's fault. You should have been paying attention. Dude, that's not fully self-driving. Like, that's just not the definition of that. Have I seen a fucking Waymo do some weird-ass shit? Abso-fucking-lutely. But I never felt unsafe for a single moment. Is it a bad driver? It's literally a bad driver. I would hate to drive around and drive near a fucking Waymo. Because it turns on its turn signal and then doesn't actually merge. What the fuck, dude? Right? Like, it's a bad driver. But it's a safer driver than other bad drivers I've met. There's definitely something to be said, right? Like, safe drivers are actually bad drivers in general. But you know what? Safe drivers don't cause people to get murdered daily. You know what causes people to die daily in a car? Aggressive drivers. And safe drivers are not aggressive drivers. Categorically, in general. Aggressive drivers cause the majority of accidents. And car insurance companies fucking know this. Doesn't matter if you drive fast or slow. Are you aggressive? Yeah, dude. You're basically uninsurable. Just let the fucking robots drive. Problem solved. If it was just robots driving, this shit would be so much fucking simpler. It's like that movie, I, Robot, right? Not the book, the movie. Where, you took control of the wheel on the freeway? What the fuck are you doing? You're insane. Why would you do that? Right? I get it in his situation, sure, but we're not going to have that situation. You will never have that situation. Come on, man. Come on. You're not going to have that problem. Don't drive the fucking car on the freeway. Let the fucking robot do it. And we'll all get everywhere way fucking quicker. Right? Humans ruin everything. What about Gates? So hold on, Jacob. What about Gates? Doesn't he give a lot of money to Africa and health and stuff? Yeah, dude. Bill Gates is really good about how he uses his wealth. I'm actually a huge fan. Right? There are so many people that are anti-Windows that they will never give Bill Gates credit for the good that he does. And I think that's a problem. Oh, shit. So Coppinger is locked out because they won't send SMS. Damn, that sucks. Dude, the Coppinger is so good. Damn. All right, so we haven't seen the Coppinger streaming in ages because Twitch is fucking blowing it. Dude, man. That sucks, man. That fucking sucks. I'm a big fan of the Coppinger. All right, so Reese just moved to fucking San Fran, and he has a bed frame. Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. Wouldn't be prudent. All right, so hold on. The Bezos One Families Fund and Amazon Housing Equity Fund are directly attributed to just Bezos, not Mackenzie Scott or Lauren Sanchez. Really? All right. No, that's fine. They're crazy chicken. I did not know about this stuff. All right, so I appreciate the fact that he's doing it. Can we recognize that it's probably the smallest fucking thing he could do? to avoid some tax liability. So, all right. No, I get it. The fact that he's still doing it, that's cool. All right. I didn't want to have to say this, but thank you, Jeff Bezos. That's fucking cool, man. Good job. I feel a little dirty, but you know what? If that's true, that's fucking cool, man. No, he's doing way more than I ever thought he was. So you know what? Good job, Jeff Bezos. That's fucking cool, man. I'm not going to say big fan, because I'm not, but more of a fan than I was. And you did that. That's cool, man. That's actually really fucking cool. That's really fucking cool. I'm only human, man. Come on. I may not be a big fan. He'll let me do whatever I want. Purchasing something through Amazon. Like, obviously. Duh. Like, dude. I don't even, like, I could be not a fan and he would still accept my money. Like, dude, there's no fucking scruples with Amazon. Like, they want your money. Come on. All right, so real quick, after 8 hours of streaming, have I consumed too much whiskey? God damn it. No, there is actually such a thing. It's called an entire bottle. A whole bottle in a day is just not that cool. All right, at least we got good music going. Delicious. All right, let's do the thing. So hold on. We have started accepting messages. We do the whole word thing. Actually, I'd say we're done with that part. So now we got other things to think about. Still not Lannister level. Am I the imp in that context? You might be right. You might be wrong. I don't know, man. All right, so we're going to commit all this. Yeah, no, all of this. Absolutely everything. Everything. I can't believe how many files we have to modify to make this happen. That's actually a little weird. Damn, people are already, like, igniting shit outside. It's not even 4th of July. What the fuck are you people celebrating? Sorry, I have to yell it out the window. That's all I got. But what the fuck, man? What the fuck are they celebrating? Yeah, they just like to see shit explode. You're not wrong. All right, so hold on. What is the commit we're making? I think it's a fix. It could be a feat. Fix add. Whole word matching. Mathing. Totally different thing. All right, we're going to call that good, and we're going to go back to the front end and do basically the same thing. Bert. All right, so we pushed that up, and we got some shit. And let's go back to this, and I want to say the thing we did is done. Yeah, could we have done more today on stream? We're at 9:42 p.m. Yeah, we're basically at 10 p.m. You know what? Yeah, I get it. We could have done more. We had some really good rants, actually. Like, the ranting is my favorite part. Is there someone here that does not enjoy the ranting? I'm curious about that. The ranting's my favorite part, so I get that. But yeah, should I just get shit done instead? Crazy chicken head. You have no idea what I'm even coding, so you're only here for the rant. I get it. All right. So, blue guy, you're on, like, you don't agree with some of it, but you're here for the different view. Okay. All right. Sure. I'm curious how we disagree. Am I just, like, am I too left wing? I'm curious about that. And blue guy, you're more on the far right. I wanted to just let you know that you are absolutely safe for expressing your opinion to disagree. You're actually way on the far right. I am so curious about that. All right, so you've been following for like 5 months. Kinslayer. No, I got whiskey. I got the whiskey. We can keep going. I can drink this whole fucking bottle and we can do our thing. Blue guy, I'm a little curious. That's all. Like, you've been following for, let's say, 7 months. It's about there, right? Like, not quite, but close. Okay, so you've been following for even longer than that, and you just switched accounts. Okay, so, like, I appreciate that. I'm just so curious. Like, I assume I have been so fucking left wing in the past. The stuff I work on lives in the middle, right? So even if we disagree about basically everything, my code is still agnostic, right? Is that the thing? Like, dude, no, I just, holy shit, blue guy. Dude, just because you worked hard to get where you are doesn't mean other people don't. Like, come on, man. Like, dude, oh my god. There's something so fundamentally wrong. Yeah, so Krasner, I trust you to understand who I am more than what other people understand. Like, Krasner, you've been here with me forever, right? You know me better than I think I even know myself. I'm fucking left wing. Dude, blue guy, that is not what the left wing says. Oh my god, man. Like, dude, that is not at all it. Left is recognizing that there are people who are dealt a shitty fucking hand just simply because of how they look or who they are. Could we give them just a little extra boost? We could. Like, blue guy, I want to, like, simply put it out there. They are not trying to take anything away from you. We're just trying to give them something extra to boost up the fact that they weren't given anything. And blue guy, I recognize you worked hard for where you're at, but, like, dude, are you a white male? You've been given every leg up already. Can we just recognize that some other people need some help to catch up? That's what we're getting at. Like, that's what I'm getting at. I don't know what the fuck Lightspeed's saying. I haven't read it. Don't listen to Lightspeed. They don't speak for me. Nobody else speaks for me. All I'm trying to say is, dude, blue guy, I recognize you worked hard. You're a Latino, gay, physical disability. Sure, you worked hard. Not everybody has the chances you've had. All right. Again, we don't know. You might be telling the truth. You might be fucking lying to our face. We don't know. But in general, why would you be against other people being given a chance to be a part of things? Like, what do you gain from denying other people a chance? I'm so curious about that. What do you gain from other people not gaining something? You're already there, man. Like, you've got it. Why do you care how other people get there? I'm so curious about that. It does seem like it. It really does seem like it. Oh, dude, a ray of hope. Come on, man. Did you really think this was the moment to make your point? Come on, man. This is not the moment to fucking, like, stick your head out there. A ray of hope. Yes, I get it. You've had hard times too. This is not the moment. Dude. A ray of hope. Come on, man. Don't stick your head into the conversation we're having right now. I get it. You've had a hard time. This is not the moment for it. This is not the same conversation. This is the actually, like, the exact thing that Blue Guy is able to cling to. Like, yeah, all you other fucking people trying to, like, claim a problem. Like, I don't know, man. This is the biggest problem I have with trying to argue this shit. The moment you try and talk to one person about it, every single other person clings to their fucking pearls about it. And it becomes a problem. Dude, let go of your fucking pearls. No one's trying to take your fucking pearls. Just chill. And let's have a conversation with the person that has something to talk about. Don't cling to your fucking pearls, man. Dude, Lightspeed. Every single other person clinging to their fucking pearls. Dude, fuck off. This is not your conversation. That is the number fucking one problem with having these conversations. The moment you try to talk to one person about their situation, people come out of the fucking woodwork to say, well, I didn't have that problem. I didn't do that. I didn't do that bullshit. Like, blah, blah. Like, they just fucking, like, they throw these fucking nettles in the mix. Fuck off with the nettles in the mix, man. Let someone just talk to their situation. Okay? That's the fucking problem. Y'all are the fucking problem. The moment someone tries to talk about their situation, well, I didn't have that problem, then don't fucking speak up. It's actually really fucking easy. Does this problem speak exactly to your situation? No? Then don't fucking talk. Lightspeed, you're part of the problem at this point, right? Like, every single other person speaking up, like, well, it's not my problem. You're part of the actual problem. I'm not saying Blue Guy is right, but you're not even giving them a chance to speak. Because you're drowning it out. I'm not saying Blue Guy's right. Dude, I'm not defending their their position. I'm not defending anything about it. But the moment you start speaking out about all this other bullshit, you drown out their chance to say something. There. Crazy chicken head. Why your users insist on using light mode? Because they want to. Dude, if you're making an application and your users want light mode, build fucking light mode. It's that easy. If you don't want to, cool. Be okay with disregarding whatever percentage of your users. Like, come on, man. No, it isn't. You fucking liar. Come on, Crazy Chicken Head. You're bullshitting us, and you're totally, like, making the argument someone else is making less just because you want to meme about it. Like, come on, man. Be cool. I'm no blue guy. I'm pointing out that Crazy Chickenhead is disregarding the value of whatever someone else is saying because they want to make their bullshit comment. I don't care, fucking Crazy Chickenhead. You should actually recognize that working in a dark room is bad for your eyes regardless of anything. You're fucking up your own eyes, not because someone wants a light mode. Dude, Chickenhead, I think you're trolling at this point. I, legitimately think you're trolling. If you're not trolling, stop being a fucking troll. Then stop being a fucking troll. People are talking about a real thing, and you're bringing up fucking light mode versus dark mode. You're a fucking troll. You are literally trolling. If you're not trying to troll, then stop doing so. You fucking suck, though. Because you're trivializing a point someone else is trying to make. Now, so Crazy Chickenhead, you've got one more chance to be cool. Fuck off, dude. You are trivializing someone else's point. That's literally what you're trying to do because you admitted to it. You are literally trivializing someone else's perspective. Fuck off with that shit. Just stop saying it. It's actually really fucking easy. If not, I can just ban you. It's actually that easy too. Be cool. Recognize that other people have perspectives and move the fuck on, man. You are actually distracting us from getting to the point I'm trying to make. Because you're fucking trying to troll. I don't need you to make a point for me. This is my channel, man. I have a point I want to make. You are distracting from it with your fucking bullshit. Right? Your shitty fucking perspective. That's fine, Crazy Chickenhead, but you distracted from it rather than helped it. Right? Like, dude, fuck off with that shit. You have distracted from the entire point I was trying to make. That's not helpful. That's not cool. That's just shitty. Now you're asking, well, please continue. Dude, I had to spend the last fucking 5 minutes responding to your bullshit. Now you want me to just, pick right back up on the thing that I was trying to ignore you about. Like, dude, fuck off, man. I will continue. I will do my thing. But stop being shitty. Yeah, fuck off, Crazy Chickenhead. Yeah, dude, your name is already offensive. Like, fuck off, dude. Yeah, you're banned. Get out. We don't need you. I gave you a chance to be cool, and you wanted to be a dickhead about it, even when I told you, be cool. I'm like, dude, fuck off. Later. You fucking suck. You have a name that is Crazy Chickenhead. Fuck me for not recognizing you as the troll you are. My bad. Should I have just judged you by your name? I could have. I should have. But there are people that are cool that have terrible fucking names too. And I refuse to disregard them just because of an asshole like you. One shitty, terrible name person Does not speak for the other shitty, terrible name people. Could they learn? Could they have a better name? Sure, maybe. But dude, you fucking suck. You live up to your shitty fucking name. And that sucks, man. Like, dude, I like to think that people are better than the name they chose when they were fucking teenagers or something. I actually start to question, like, dude, you chose that crazy chicken head name. Hold on, I'm really curious about this now. Let me scroll up for it. You chose this name in 2018. Or sooner. Damn, what a shitty human being, dude. What a fucking asshole. Ugh. What a fucking asshole. Is that a name of someone that wants to be taken seriously? No, it isn't. It's the name of a fucking troll. Dude, it's crazy to me the people that exist in this world that think they deserve to be taken seriously. They don't. Zep, I don't know, man. Hold on. Is that a conversation or a question that needed to be asked when I was calling someone else out for sucking? Zep, I just want to point out, man, like, I don't know if you get the vibe. You've been here since the end of April. Blue Guy has been here since mid-December. I am so surprised that y'all feel the need to argue when I have overly exposed the way I want this stream to go. Like, my opinions are not guarded. Why do you guys think this is worth arguing about in this channel? Oh my god, dude. Canada has more open land than any fucking country in the world per capita. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? The majority of Canada is open land. What the fuck are you even trying to talk about there, Blue Guy? Dude, yeah, you're real close to getting banned. My point being, why the fuck are you clutching your pearls over immigration at this point? Like, Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't get it. Like, you should fuck right off, dude. You suck. My point? That's such a fucking passive-aggressive statement. My point was actually made. You just decided to ignore it. Dude, oh my god. Blue guy, you fucking suck. Fuck off, dude. Get out of here. No thank you. Fuck off, dude. Canada has more open land than any fucking country in general, per capita. There's more undeveloped space that could be developed in Canada right fucking now. What the fuck pearl are you clutching, dude? Yeah, no thank you. You're banned. Fuck off. Yeah, fuck off, blue guy. You suck. Dude, these fucking people, man, they come out of the woodwork. These fucking conservative assholes. They fucking suck. There is more than enough land to get by in Canada. Just expand out. There's land for it. Why are you not doing that? Because you're a fucking asshole. And you just want the land that you've purchased to be worth more. You don't want other land to exist to drive down the value of the land you've already purchased because you're a fucking asshole. There is more than enough land here in the US, here in Canada, like basically everywhere besides a few countries, where like people could just live there. Build out the infrastructure for people to live there. Problem fucking solved. But it drives down the value of the land that the fucking landowners already own. Good. Fucking good. Like, dude. Right? It's the fucking Donald Glover, like, meme. Good. Drive down the fucking value of their land. It shouldn't be this fucking forever investment that always goes up. No, dude. No. Fucking no. We have more than enough land for people to live on. We don't need to open up the entire fucking, like, forest land that exists. No, we have more than enough land elsewhere for people to live on. We don't need to fucking, like, open up every other fucking parcel for logging. We don't need to do that. Just build some shit, man. Most of it's frozen tundra, right? Do we not have energy to turn tundra into livable land? You're not farming fucking tundra. Build a fucking apartment complex. Problem solved. Right? Lightspeed, you're ignoring the fact that the majority of Canada is not advancing north. There's so much fucking free land in the middle. Imports and exports. Lightspeed, the same way it's existed for ages. Imports and exports. You grow the food in one place and you ship it to another. That's literally how that works. That is the fucking global economy. Lightspeed. Yeah, we got fucking trucks. We got fucking railway. And you're ignoring the fact that we don't have to expand further into the tundra. We have land in the middle in Canada that could be settled. We have land in fucking Montana that could be settled. Why the fuck are we forcing people to move out of their homes near Seattle when we could just expand inward? The absolute majority of Nevada is unsettled, dude. The absolute majority of fucking Montana is unsettled, dude. We have the land. It's not fucking tundra. I'm like, dude, I don't like having these arguments with people that have no fucking clue because they're clueless. Like, god damn it, man. You could just Google this shit. How much of the U.S. is unsettled? A crazy fucking majority, dude. Why are we kicking people out of their fucking homes when the majority of the U.S., not the majority, but like a large percentage of the U.S. is unsettled? You could just do that, dude. Just fucking do that. The majority of Canada, below the tundra, is still unsettled. Could we just fill in those gaps? We could. We absolutely fucking could. Why don't we? Because billionaires won't fucking profit. Because billionaires have bought the majority of the land everywhere, and they need that number to go up. Otherwise, those billionaires fucking lose money. Oh my god, the worst thing that's ever befallen every human being ever. A couple billionaires lose some money. Oh my, whatever shall we do? Oh no, BlackRock's stock might go down a little bit because we opened up a bunch of land that no one was claiming anyway that isn't National Forest Service land. Oh no, BlackRock's stock might go down. Shit. What is the benefit of moving people from one place to another? They're not forced to move. If we opened up infrastructure, people would work remotely and do all sorts of shit. Why do you think, Lightspeed, that we all need to go into some fucking office? I'm so curious about that. Like, why couldn't we move into the middle of nowhere? Operate a thing, have a grocery store, do some infrastructure shit, and then just fucking live remotely. What prevents us from doing that? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. We could live in the middle of fucking nowhere with good internet and be set. 1,000%, man. Right? No, Lightspeed. It's about living somewhere affordable. If I could move to fucking the middle of Montana with some good skiing or snowboarding, I would do it. I'd do it right fucking now, dude. Are you kidding me? If I could move somewhere and make money near a mountain where I could snowboard within a half hour, I would fucking do it. Like, 1,000%. Like, dude, there is nothing holding me to Seattle. The problem is, if I want to move to, like, Whitefish, it's the same fucking rent. It's the same fucking cost. There's, like, nothing I would save, but then I'd be in Whitefish. Because people restrict the amount of, like, infrastructure they're willing to invest into the boonies, you know? But that's not on me. That's not on where people want to move. It's just on, like, dude, Amazon is forcing every single worker back to the office. That's 350,000 fucking people. They're doing it because they have investments into fucking oil and other bullshit, into their offices and other bullshit, that they lose money if you're not going into the office. Do not base an economy off what is good for Amazon. Dude, fuck Amazon. They'll figure it out because they're a business that wants to be profitable. Dude, don't build government based upon what Amazon needs. Amazon will figure it out because they want to be profitable anyway. Do you think Amazon's going to be like, well, you know what? It's too expensive to operate, so we're just going to close up shop. Yeah, we can't do it. Sorry. Yeah, no more Amazon. Sorry, guys. Do you think that's ever going to fucking happen? Fuck no, dude. That will never fucking happen. Amazon likes money. They will make the money as they see fit. Establish wherever you want to live, and Amazon will ship to you. Don't base your decisions on what's good for Amazon. Amazon will figure that shit out. That's fucking capitalism. The businesses will figure it out. That's their fucking job. Don't base your fucking economy around businesses. Ugh. It's their job, not yours, man. Amazon will figure that shit out. Do whatever you need to do. Don't cater to fucking Amazon. Don't do it. It's bad fucking government, man. But lobbying, fucking legal bribing, all that shit. That's the problem we deal with, man. It's just the worst. I don't know. I feel like I'm so goddamn right in these opinions that I should run for office, but dude, come on, man. I drink way too much whiskey. I party way too fucking much. Like, dude, I shouldn't ever run for office. But you know what? Fuck it, man. If I moved to Montana, I'd run against those assholes. Because fuck them. Dude, they suck. There's at least enough stoners in the world that recognize that, yeah, I might smoke weed. I might smoke weed, but you know what? I'm still better than these other fucking assholes in Montana. And I feel like I could win. You'd like to hear my take on insurance. It depends on the type of insurance. Health insurance? Nah, it's a fucking racket. For sure. Life insurance? Dude, definitely a racket. Dental insurance? Well, no, I can get it. You know, not everybody needs a filling every year. But if you pay into insurance, you should be able to get a filling when you need it. I think dental insurance makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. And I think health insurance, even then, at that point, makes a lot of sense. Fuck it, right? Life insurance is a fucking racket. It really is. When I'm saying, like, health insurance makes sense to me, you know what actually makes sense to me? A fucking national system for health insurance. Right? Like a national, everybody pays in and you get the health insurance you need problem? Like, totally. Do you want to get better coverage? Well, yeah, we'll cover the baseline and then, yeah, you pay some fucking specialist. We cover the baseline and then you pay the extra. Problem solved. Like, how is this, like, controversial, man? I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. Like, dude, everybody is guaranteed a baseline. If you want to pay more, then pay more. No one's stopping you. Nothing is stopping you from that kind of system. I believe Canada operates the exact same fucking way, right? It's not saying that you never get coverage, but like, you know, shit. Could you get priority coverage by paying a little extra? Sure. But at least everyone gets something. Which is better than like a bunch of people getting nothing. Somehow, with health insurance, people ended up getting people to vote for having shitty middle line versus subsidizing the bottom line. When instead, yeah, universal coverage does that already, and then you have a guarantee of a middle line, and if you want to pay more, then pay more. But somehow, someone decided that that was wrong. And people ate that shit up. Like, dude, there's so many shitty people out there that don't want other people to have something if they don't have it. Right? It's an I got mine, fuck you mentality. And that is literally, at this point, the U.S. mentality. The fuck you, I got mine mentality. And there are just too many people that embody that. Like, it's a fucking problem. If you're part of some goddamn church, and I mean that literally, some goddamn church. Dude, if you're part of some church that is not about supporting the weak and the meek and all that shit, right? As a Christian, you're part of a goddamn church. You're not part of a legitimate church. You're part of a goddamn church. Like, that church is damned. That church is not believing the shit you fucking preach. And too many people believe in goddamn churches. Churches that do not espouse the values that they preach every single fucking week. That's the fucking problem. Right? The fuck you, I got mine mentality. And it's crazy how many fucking Christians believe in that shit. As a Christian, you should believe in letting these fucking heathens do whatever they want. Letting everyone that disagrees with your fucking philosophy doing whatever they want. If you don't believe in that, you're not actually Christian. You're just an asshole. Being Christian is to let people believe and the shit gets sorted out at the end. It is not Christian to restrict anything to anyone. If you think that's true, you're not fucking Christian. You're just an asshole. I am spicier now than I was back then. Yeah, for sure. I was so much spicier then than I am now, right? I don't know. Hold on. There's like a song there. It's a song that we could play, but who gives a shit? Like, no, I'm being spicy right now. Could we play a song, right? Like, I think we're beyond synthwave at this point. What song should I play in the moment that actually makes sense for what I'm saying? Today is a spicy day, and I am very spicy myself. Yeah, for sure. And I get it, Code Drift. Dude, I think you and I probably agree on a lot of shit. You don't have to admit to all the shit I've been saying, and I'm sure we could chat about it at some point, if needed. You know, you live in San Fran. You probably agree with what I mean. But you can't say this to your fucking investors, because your investors, dude, they don't believe this shit. So, I get it. Code Drift. Nobody knows what you actually believe, and that's fine. It's okay. Yeah, I think, Code Drift, you and I, we totally fucking agree. Your investors might disagree, though. And, you know, I don't want to drag you through the mud that I have, because I don't have investors. Your potential investors do not want to know that you're a fucking evangelist for the people, right? There are very, very, very few investment funds that believe what I believe. If you know the ones that I should probably apply to, I would accept that message at some point. I live here in Seattle, and even like Ascend VC, which sponsors like the Founders Bash and all that shit, and they're like super fucking Seattle focused. Dude, the guy that runs it is still way more right wing than I'd be stoked on. Like, Kirby's cool. He's not that cool though. Am I shooting myself in the foot by saying so? Maybe. Whatever. I feel like my foot has room for scar tissue. I think we're good. I'm looking at my foot right now. Like, I could take a bullet shot to the foot. It'll just sit in a snowboard boot anyway, so I think I'm fine. Dude, yeah. There we go. Code drift. I want to find left-leaning investors. That's actually my main goal. Like, so much so that if I can get traction with anything I build, I'm interviewing investors, not the other way around. Yeah, I would love to chat with them. I would love to, if I build a thing that you're stoked on, I'd love an introduction, but in no other case, like, if I'm not building something you like, don't do it, etc. Like, all that shit, man. Like, I would rather fail than take money from people I dislike. And I do say that, but you know what? Damn, it would feel like such a fucking power move to take like A16Z money and do something good for the world. Ooh, that'd be a fucking power move, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, you guys want to like fuck the entire populace? I get it. Yeah. And then just like, you know what? I improve society with your money. Fuck you. Like, oh, that feels so good. Oh, that feels so good. Shit, man. Yeah, so am I prepared for VC funding? I don't think I am. I have no idea. I got to bootstrap everything I do at this point. I just got to build businesses. Whatever. And if it's a good enough business, the people that suck will still want to buy it. That's the dream. To build a business that the people that suck still want to buy. If you've done that, you won. Right? Like, dude. Right? Like, dude, there's some metric to that. Oh my God. Could you build a business that the people that suck still want to buy? Even though you're like outspoken against them? Oh my God. That's the fucking dream. Yeah, I can't even like espouse any other dream. The dream is literally to build a business that the assholes can't fucking ignore. And they just want to buy a part of it. Because you're that good. Oh, that is so literally the dream. All right. Yeah. And I'm not saying you believe that, Code Drift, because, hold on. I believe you're probably profitable, but, like, this is me saying a thing. Code Drift is not saying that. This is me saying that. They're not saying that. Please, fund Code Drift. Was that a wink? No, that was just a twitch. Sorry. Yeah, I don't even know what that meant. I have no idea. Sorry. That was just Twitch. Code Drift, you don't say that shit out loud. Come on, man. Dude, what if there's an investor? The likelihood of there being a proper investor here in chat. I get it. It's fine. Sure. Not gonna happen. What if there was an investor here right now, dude? You're fully profitable. Wink. If an investor heard profitable, they'd run away. Ooh, Krasner, I disagree. Nah, man. No. I completely disagree. At this point, right? So, Krasner, you're thinking of, like, dude, zero interest rate phenomenon. Nowadays, from what I've seen, and please double check me if I'm wrong. From what I know, from what I've read, from what I've seen anywhere, the startup subreddit and people that actually do invest are looking for traction in general, which means profitability, but a chance to grow it if you present the right thing in your slide deck. So it's not about zero profitability. It's about profitability with, hey, if I had 10 more engineers, we could go to the moon, right? We have product market fit. We can go to the moon. Yeah, so Code Drift, I get that, and I have no idea how to speak to that part. Like, dude, you're so much more knowledgeable than me. From what I have heard, just simply from other bullshit I've read, is be profitable, but recognize that more people and more investment could be a moon. That's a separate conversation, man. Like, if I'm profitable, yeah, we're good. But could we go 10x? Could we go 20x? Oh my God, yeah, like, let's do that. Like, let's make the money. And that's like the thing that investors care about, you know? That's the thing that private equity and VC and every investor actually gives a shit about. It doesn't matter if you're the fucking next unicorn. Could I give an amount and 10x the return on it? That's the move, right? Could you do that or not? VC has filled that moment for a lot of businesses, but dude, the 10x moment is a thing that can be realized otherwise, you know? Again, I'm not the expert. I am totally not the expert. Yeah, 10x gets harder the more you take. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, dude. Right? It would be wrong of me to say, like, I know what Theo thinks, because I don't. But I have chatted with Theo enough where it's like, dude, if you could justify a cost to me, I would invest 10 grand right now. And if I can convince Theo to give 10 grand, I bet I can convince other people to do so. And I haven't done so yet because I don't want to abuse that fucking relationship. In general, these funds invest in people more than they invest in other shit. A one-time failed founder is more valuable than one that hasn't tried. It's how Jamie Pine got investment for the thing he's working on right now that's totally fucking failing. Right? Space Drive. He already collected money for the other thing, right? Like, you know what we're talking about, right? Notify Me. And now Space Drive is failing, but dude, he collected enough money to just do a thing. And I get it. It would blow my mind and make me feel really sad if he starts, like, trying to find promotional aspects of this thing. Dude, oh my god, you could just pay someone to be an engineer for a thing and make them promote it. But dude, like, what has anyone heard about Space Drive lately? Nothing. He's seeking probably his next round of investment, and who would pay for that because they haven't hit any fucking metric that they've aimed for? Like, dude, come on, man. I like Jamie Pine a little bit. I'm disillusioned by it because he told me I should apply to his company. And the moment I did, we wish you had more experience. What the fuck, dude? You asked me to apply. So yeah, like, I don't trust anything about his company. Like, dude, he's not even in control of his own company. Is Space Drive even still around? I would bet he is milking the value of that business at this point. But no, it's not a business. I just want to say, like, if they had hired me, oh my god, it'd be so much bigger than it is. Because I'd be shouting it out every single fucking day, dude. There's nobody promoting Space Drive. Not a single fucking actual human being. They actually bought the .com? Wait, really? That's a bad investment, man. Damn, that sucks. Dude, yeah. I like Jamie Pine as a person. I really dislike him as far as our interactions have gone. Damn, that sucks, Krasner. Like, dude, that's a bad investment. What the fuck, dude? Why would they buy that when the company doesn't have a fucking future? How much did they purchase that shit for? Dude, that's fucking weird. A Ray of Hope. How is Space Drive bad? Because who is behind it? Are they actually solving problems? If they cease to exist, how does this software solve your problems? I think it actually could. What value does Space Drive hold over my data? Could I just self-host? Like, Why would I pay them at this point? I could be wrong. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. What the fuck is Space Drive actually doing? Why would you pay them? A ray of hope. I'm asking you. So maybe the question actually is, how is it good? I feel like they just like developed a protocol. Where is the cloud platform to handle that? If you don't have the cloud platform, why would we pay you for any of this shit? So the part I'm worried about is, yeah, it seems cool. It's a distributed cloud, like whatever, right? But how do they make money? The money is a hosted cloud. What effort have they put into a hosted cloud? None. Why is that a business worth investing into? It isn't. They've had 2+ years to solve that problem, and they haven't. What the fuck, man? I'll at least point out, if I worked for them, I'd be pushing for a cloud platform. Like, dude, I'm a front-end dev. Let's build that fucking dashboard. Where's the dashboard? I can make it. We can make that dashboard. Let's just make it happen. Come on, man. Let's do it. It's just money bad money, you know? There's no one on their team actually trying to solve that problem. They got a bunch of back-end people who think just building a back-end solves the problem. It doesn't. It fucking doesn't, dude. Can I just point out, like, motherfucker, I believe, I don't have any evidence for it, I believe there are back-end people on the team at Space Drive that just don't like me. And I believe they're harming the fucking business because of their personal bullshit. Right? Beyond just me. Now, these are people that are dogmatic in a way that fucks the business. And at this point, like, nah, man, Jamie Pine, you asked me to join, and then you sent me, like, a generic fucking email saying, like, nah, you're not what we're looking for. That entire company has burnt so many goddamn bridges that I don't think any sane front-end dev would actually do that shit, right? I wouldn't work for them. Fuck no, dude. Jamie Pine's company, the dude that said, hey, please apply. And then I applied and crickets, and then like the most generic fucking deny I've ever seen. Oh, dude. No. Fuck that company. No, they suck, dude. They fucking suck. No human being should actually apply to Space Drive. Nope. Sorry. No, thank you. The company is hoisted by their own petard. you need to hire, you can't afford to be a dick. If you don't need to hire, you probably still shouldn't be a dick. Fuck me, right? Oh my god, I'm judging companies for the way they would judge us. Fuck me, right? Nah, dude. Nah, fuck these companies, man. All right, so it's basically, oh my god, we're at like 11 p.m. What the fuck? Where did the time go, man? All right, so same thing goes, right? Fuck these companies, these goddamn assholes. Dude, you don't owe them anything. They owe you nothing because they know it, right? Oh, Luke, I don't work for myself. I work for a company. I work for a company, and I do developer advocacy. I speak on behalf of developers. So, Luke, hold on, man. No, you misunderstand and misrepresent what I do. I speak for devs. It's a very different thing. I'm sorry. Like, no, I speak for devs. I do want to say, hey, if you want to check out GetKraken, hey, like, you know, I'm a shill. I'm not saying you should use GetKraken if it doesn't solve your problem. If it doesn't, but you want it to, we can chat. No, like, you can work for yourself and still be a bad boss. Yeah, there you go. Code drift. Yeah, totally, man. No, it's fine, Luke. I work at a company. I do not work for myself. So I just want to, like, shout that out, man. Nah, dude, I work for a company. I represent a thing, but I'm not going to shill something. Like, dude, y'all trust me because I don't just blindly shill a thing. Like, nah, man. Do you need GetKraken? I don't think you do. But the moment you think you might need GetKraken, we should talk. If you don't need GetKraken, dude, we don't have to talk about it. It's fine. I don't give a shit, dude. We're hanging out. We're smoking weed. Oh, dude, I got so much weed to smoke. Right? I got so much fucking whiskey to drink. Like, if you think you might need GetKraken, we should talk. If you don't think you need to GetKraken, I don't fucking care. Like, dude, you probably don't. Don't worry about it. I'm not trying to sell you nothing. The moment you think you might need GetKraken, we can talk about it. That's my job as a developer advocate. I'm advocating for you, the developer. Am I solving your problem with the product I'm trying to shill? If the answer is no, I should feel bad about shilling a thing that doesn't solve your problem, right? Like, dude, you should actually judge me by shilling a thing that doesn't solve your problem. Please do so. Like, dude, I'm not trying to sell you nothing. I'm not in sales. I don't get a fucking commission. I don't give a fuck. But I do think we have some features that you might enjoy given a very specific scenario. If you don't solve that scenario, if you're not a part of that fucking thing, dude, you're not going to offend me if you don't use it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. If there's a thing GetKraken could solve for you that you think it might solve, we can talk about it. And if it doesn't, well, fuck it. Yeah, don't buy GetKraken. I'm okay. You're not going to affect me whatsoever. I don't fucking care. I don't collect a commission. I simply want GetKraken to solve a problem for you if it's a problem that it could solve. If not, well, don't use GetKraken for it. That's it. That's my job. It's actually so goddamn simple. It's so fucking cool. Don't use GetKraken for a problem that GetKraken doesn't actually solve. No one in the chain of command above me would push back against that sentiment. That's the coolest part about my job. All I need to do is present GetKraken in a situation where it's actually the solution. If it's not the solution, dude, no one's going to get down on me for not pushing some bullshit. And if they did, I'd be seeking another job immediately. But no one does that because that's not the role I fill. The role I fill is, could we solve a problem that we could actually solve? And if not, well, fuck it, man. I commiserate with you. We can't do it. Could you submit like a bug report or like feedback that solves it? Fuck yeah, dude. Let's do it. I will give you the link. I'm not going to solve it for you. That's not my job. And yeah, Luke, it's a very cool position to have. I am simply an advocate for the things I think our product actually solves. The moment I try and be an advocate for a thing our product doesn't solve, I lose all credibility, and why would you ever listen to me again? Nah, dude. They're not paying me to do that. And I would never do that to you. I don't give a shit. Like, dude, they can't buy my credibility. They can't do it. It's impossible. It's way more expensive than they would ever pay for it. So yeah, just saying. In general, throwing shit out there, right? We are at way too late of a stream. We're already at like 11 p.m. Oh my God. I got food to eat. Oh my God. I'm getting hungry. This pho is going to be delicious. But you know what? I want to like further espouse the shit that drives me. I'm a software dev. No, you're not going to like make me shill a thing I don't think software devs need. Nah, man. Nah. Dude, GetKraken desktop, you don't need to get GetKraken desktop. You don't need it. The moment you need to do some like crazy fucking merge conflict shit, ooh, GetKraken's actually really good at that. Like, the moment that a merge conflict becomes way more complicated than you wanted, ooh, GetKraken does that in a really cool way. I work on side projects, so I don't fucking know. I don't do that, but you should check it out. Yeah, for sure. But you know what? Like, yeah, we're hanging out. We're doing our thing. Let's go raid someone who's actually, like, live at 11 p.m. on a fucking Thursday. Oh, my God. Who's even going right now? What the fuck, dude? All right, so I see a bunch of shit. Dude, I don't see any, like, coding streams, like, really going right now. The stream I was about to raid is Psycor, and I think he's just playing or watching. I don't even know what he's watching. Like, I have no idea. We're going so goddamn late. Like, no, he's probably watching some, like, Attack on Titan. And Psycor's a good dude. He's like such a nice dude. We've watched, like, amazing shows on his stream. We could watch some more Psycor. There is Miss Court. Damn, he only has 438 followers? Dude, Psychor is such a dude. All right, you know what? We're going to go raid Psychor. I'd like it if he was playing a game. You know what? He can do whatever he fucking wants, man. He's just such a dude. God damn it. No, he's definitely watching Attack on Titan. I've never watched a single episode of Attack on Titan. Psychor is just such a dude, right? I don't care if he watches Attack on Titan, if he's just doing his thing. I looked at the list and didn't see anybody in the goddamn category, man. Right? Of people I follow. That's kind of a fucking bummer, dude. Where's the rest of the tech community, man? Sure, I'm at 11 p.m., but god damn it. Like, where's the rest of these people? Am I the only one in tech going this late? No, I know I'm not the only one, but where the fuck are these people? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna go cook some terrible food. You're here? You're here. All right, let's go say hi to Psychor, though. So I appreciate that, Code Fred. Like, and I know, I agree. I'm, like, disregarding everyone that's been here, so I apologize. Like, y'all are so good. I'll be over on gaming stream. Like, dude, gaming. Yeah, griffing and chill. I don't know what game I'm going to play there, but yeah, if you're not aware of gaming channel, it's just that easy. It's over there. But let's go say hi to Psychor. YouTube, later.